All right, folks. 5 minutes early here for those of you expecting the start time of 8. All right, on the PBA 50 Northwest Regional Tour, we get started a little early. There's about 4 minutes left to practice, so this competition will start about 7:59, a minute earlier than we had anticipated, but that's okay. That is just fine. If you're here, welcome. We're going to be here all day. The PBA 50 qualifying, 8 games here at Westy's Garden Lanes in Garden City, Idaho. And then we're going to have, at 2 p.m., the PBA Kids Tour, I guess, is what they refer to it by. But the PBA Northwest Regional Tour, Drake Mechanical Open, qualifying, 8 games, 2 p.m. This is the PBA 50. Russ Hunt in front of us. Here on our main pairs, 25, 26, 27, 28. We also have pairs 11, 12, 13, and 14 that we'll be bringing to you live the action. Score can be found on the PBA's website under this event. If you head on over to this event, that's where you'll be able to find live scoring. We'll also be updating you as it becomes live to us as well, which is about a minute and a half, 2 minutes after Josh gets all the scores and he saves them. I want to welcome y'all. If you're new, welcome to Championship Bowling, putting on this broadcast. My name's Chayton Peterson, the president here at Championship Bowling, and I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. If you weren't aware, we also have a full HD streamed. Facebook only allows us a certain image quality. But we do have a YouTube channel. It's Championship Bowling. If you search Championship Bowling Live, I'm going to put the link down in the comments as well. If you head on over there, that's where you'll be able to find. That is where you'll be able to find the full HD link in the full quality that we're streaming in, because Facebook just doesn't allow it. They just don't allow it, unfortunately. But for those of you in the chat, you probably know that. And I'm going to go ahead and pin in the comments the link to the YouTube stream for those of you unable to find it. So I'm going to be right back with you as soon as practice is over. Should be another minute and a half, and we'll get the action started. Thanks, guys. All right, we're about to get underway. Josh Blanchard just giving the cow. He's hold everybody up from their practice. Got a pretty stacked field here. Some guys that aren't typically touring on the PBA 50 Regional Tour. My number one pick. We did the power rankings for the Kids Tour. Didn't necessarily do a power rankings here. I don't quite know as many people that are bowling. So I didn't think it just to go do a whole power rankings of people I didn't really know who were bowling, but I do know a couple people, at least one, that doesn't typically bowl on the PBA 50 Regional Tour. That's Steve Klimkin. Steve Klimkin making excuse me, making an appearance here on the PBA 50 Regional Tour now that he is 50. Previously had dominated some of the stops that he had bowled on the Kids Tour. And now he's on the 50 Tour, and personally I think he is the man to beat. I don't know if he will be beat, but he is the man to beat. I'm picking Steve. We'll see Steve late in the rounds here. We are bowling on Dragon. Westy's a little bit older, a HPL lane surface, so it does hook a lot. It does hook a lot. You can see just how this lane surface is playing as Russ Hunt just goes 10 back, right there on lane 25. Show you our extended pairs and who's bowling here. But yeah, it looks like from what practice I saw, you could play the gutter almost, play up the right side and have some success. Especially now, one thing to know also is Westy's is a big time lefty house. Westy's is a big time lefty house. So I would not be surprised if there's a lefty in the field that they also make a run. It's really hard to beat the left side from the right side. Really hard to beat the left side. Yeah, you can see right there on lane 13. Let's go 10 straight back. Playing right up the right side. I mean, really a ton of room. This pattern super going to be really conducive to scoring with 45 feet on this lane surface. This lane surface just hooks a lot. It's got friction in all the right areas. You only see that pick there in lane 28. Head on over to the extended pairs down on the low end. But yeah, this lane surface is very conducive to scoring, so I don't doubt that we will have a lot of scoring on this PBA 50 Dragon pattern. Same pattern we're going to be using on the Kids Tour. With all the friction right, you're able to play multiple angles. I do think getting deep is going to be your best option because you will have some, you'll have some hold left, and you will also have some hold to, or some hook to the right. And so I think the quicker you can get left, the better off you'll end up being, just because how much friction there is right of, like 10. There's tons of friction over on the track and right of the track. So you get left quick, you'll have some success because you'll have hold left and you'll have a ton of hook right. As Russ Hunt crosses over, starts out the double. Yeah, I definitely see the scoring pace being huge. Just, with how this pattern is going to play. We'll see, though. We're bowling 8 games, and we're going to cut to the top third for the Cashers round tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on Sunday. For those of you in the Facebook chats, I have pinned in the comments the YouTube link. If you hit that, helps me out a ton. My name's Chayton here at Championship Bowling. For anybody that's new, streaming service. We did all the power rankings for the Kids Tour, 1 through 10. We'll be going over that later this afternoon when the Kids Tour comes into town. Tons of talent bowling that aren't typically on the Northwest Regional Tour. So hitting on down to that link, because that's what helps me out a ton. Be able to expand all the tournaments, bring these to you live. Qualifying, finals, you name it, we take care of it. We take care of it. So Russ Hunt ends his double streak on lane 25 there, leading in 9 pin. Playing them really direct. Looks like he's throwing proton physics. He cleans up his spare. Playing them really direct. I saw somebody hooking the lane. Looked pretty good. I don't remember who it was. We'll see here in a minute. Left side's going to be hard to beat. Like I mentioned before. Yeah, I really think the people who will be most successful are the ones who can jump left the quickest. And the left side mixing new 3-pin. Ah, 14. That's an odd leave there. That's the issue, I think, with playing right. Is you're going to have, there's not that much hook, but there is some. So if you get in the right area of the lane, you'll have some room for sure. So I think Russ Hunt's going to be the next one to go. We just had a couple spares going on here. So Russ Hunt's going to be the first to go. So he's got, still think, on the fresh, it's going to be tough to get left. I don't know if there's enough friction. If you have the hand for it, I think you can get the ball to rotate. Oh, he just dropped something. He goes 10 back. Something just fell off his wrist. Gentleman's game here, folks. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. A piece of tape? Something fell off. Gentleman's game, though. He went 10 back. Everybody saw it. He was fine. He'll get whatever that was off the lane. And over to the extended pair. That's 10 back there. By the way, that starts out 3-bagger. A 3-piece. Then in lane 13. So Kenny has here for us on lane 12. Russ Hunt is off camera. He goes 10 back. 10 back. So Russ Hunt's off to a really solid start with double spare double, leaving a 9-pin. One of those strikes, though, was crossed over. Yeah, I think if you get in the right part of the lane, you're going to score a ton. And you're going to get left behind if you can't. 190s I don't think is going to make it very far. They just you can get in the right part of the lane, and it's really in the track, and just kind of chase it left, and you're going to score. So if you're not scoring, you're going to get left behind. By scoring, I mean like 220 paces. I think it's going to be up there. Going to be up there. You're over here, take it like a David shot on lane 28. Yet to strike the first game here. Goes through the face, and he 4-7-10. 4-7-10. Ouch. It's a good shot there. We'll start out the front 5. Is that right? No, that's front 6. No, that's the front 5. It's right here in front of me. Gotta be able to see that a little better. Gosh. That's a good ball there. Play the lanes. Looks like he's made a little bit of a move. He didn't start off too hot, but looking a whole lot better. Mr. Haylett. Working on a spare. Let's do the face too. Yeah, I just don't think a lot of guys are starting off far enough left, which makes it tough. Without the rev rate, it's hard to make the ball shape down lane. So we've got to play a little bit more direct. Gentleman on front 5. Mixer, no. Oh, no. Nope, 3/4 of the bucket left there. So a little bit of work to clean up, but off to a hot start. Clean that up. Oh, that's a good break there. For Den's first strike. He'll make sure he can clean this up. Oh, easy spare. Easy money. And so I'll have David here, who has not yet struck on lane 27. Russ Hunt, who has been very good so far early. He's got a really good look early, and he's playing straight. Playing straighter. That's a good ball. That's a good ball there on lane 27. 10 back. I haven't seen a lot of strikes being thrown. The guys in the right part of the lane, they're throwing a lot of strikes. Yep. As usual, that ball didn't look too far left off of Russ's hand. Just goes through the face. Just leaks through the face. And you end up with a multiple spare. So that's where being in the right part of the lane is going to help him out quite a bit. Wow. Ooh. Do you see that on lane 14? You all saw that, right? Like that's a great example of just how much friction is on this lane surface. But we're bowling on 45 feet. And he just got that to bank off of 5. There's a lot of friction. And I have no doubt that the scoring pace is going to be astronomical on the kids tour, because I mean, there's just so much room. You're going to have so much room when you can get deep. Especially as the pattern opens up, the further left you can get, the more friction there is right. Oh, it's going to be good. That's a better ball by Russ. Throws a messenger at it. Nasty. Ooh, messenger to take out the 710. Ooh, that's a good break on a 4-bagger. That's a really good break there. Guys, if you'd like, go ahead and follow the page, Championship Bowling. Searching on Facebook, Championship Bowling Live on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe or like the pages or follow the pages, and you'll be notified anytime we go live. We're bringing tournaments like this all across the Northwest to you live. Also, if you have a tournament you want streamed, oh man, that was close. Just off camera on lane 13. Almost missed the 7-pin. Didn't even show it because it was automatic, but making it tight. Making it tight. Steve Klimkin right here in front of me off camera just went 10 back. See Dan here. Dan's on lane 27. Lefty. Like, looks play is super direct. That's not a bad ball. He's only struck once, though. I think as the pattern opens up, but it's just tough because there's not a lot of lefties in the field. So how much friction is really going to develop for him? You know what I mean? Wow. Pins aren't really falling when you go too high. Like, you're not really getting those trip 4s. You're leaving the 4, 7, 10. So that's a little bit concerning, you know, as far as I said, guys playing too direct, because the ball's going to leak high. If anything's going to leak high, because you don't want to miss too far right. There's not that much friction unless you got a lot of hand. So, Greg Thomas, the gentleman who has been playing, I mean, very far right. Let's see what he's got here. Big, long arm swing. Look at that, folks. I mean, that is 9-pin. That ball is running over the 8-pin and 9-pin on 45 feet from like 5 or 6 board. That's insane. That is crazy to see. Crazy to see. It's a good spare there on lane 12. And on back over here on our main pairs this morning. If you're going 5-bagger spare face, he's gotten a couple lucky breaks now as he's gone through the face. Left the 4-7 and now has left the 6-pin. Thorfeld has gotten a couple lucky breaks after starting off hot with a 5-bagger. Probably still going to shoot a solid game, clean up. Shoot 230, 240 with a couple strikes here in the 9th and 10th frame. We have Russ Hunt coming up. Here on lane 26, working off a strike, goes double spare, strike. So set himself up with a good game here with a really good ball. Russ Hunt on lane 26. That's a good looking ball. Yep, 10 back. mean, he's got some really good ball reaction, and he hasn't really missed by a ton. So, I mean, that's why he's going to shoot a good game. Got good ball reaction. He's throwing it really, really well. Russ is bowled on the Storm Northwest Tour, not the little mini tour. Runs out here in the Northwest. You guessed it, Utah, Idaho, Montana. Russ has attended some of those events. We bowl on some extremely tough patterns. So you get them out here with some patterns with friction built into them. They're going to run them over. And that ball looks pretty good too. Oh man, his ball reaction is great, tremendous. A couple slip ups there in the middle part of the game, and he's going to shoot 260 probably. Great ball reaction. All right, head over here. Mixer, yeah, you got it. Man, he's playing with fire over there, and he's getting to work pretty well for him. Yeah, the scores are just going to go up. I think the fresh on this lane surface is going to be the hardest point of this pattern. It's not going to get any harder. It's just going to continue to get easier the more games you put on it. 45 feet, and just keep going left, and you're going to keep finding hold in the middle part of the lane. So it's figuring out how to score in the first two games. Try to get your ball, to go through the pens like Russ has, playing a little bit more direct. Get ahead of the field, because the scores are, like I said, just going to continue to go up. That's a good ball right there, Mixer. Yeah. Yep. I mean, just the fact that you can play there on the fresh is insane. Like, long pattern, we're playing right there, up 5. So when that's the case, the scores are going to be pretty good. Got to know the scores are going to be pretty good. Mr. Lorfield bowling on his banner pair here on 25. Spared again in the 9th. So filling the 10th here would help him out and shoot 220. He's got 220 with a strike here. So shoot 250, right? Yeah, he shoot 250 with fill in the 10th. So see what he's got here. Mr. Lorfield on his banner pair. Doesn't like it. Oh, man, another good break. Just tripping out the corners on these multiple spares to leave him something he can make. So he's going to shoot 230. Solid game. Solid game. Hot start. Solid game. It's another 10 back there, so going to have a solid game going for him here. All right, we're wrapping up game number 1 here across the center. Westy's Garden Lanes in Boise, Idaho. Huge shout out to Josh Blanchard, our tournament director here, director for the Northwest and West PBA regional tours, for bringing a regional to Boise and to Utah later this month that Championship Bowling will be bringing to you live. So huge shout out to him for running these tournaments for us, making them run as smoothly as possible, and bringing them out to some of these new areas, bringing a lot of new bowlers on PBA 50 and PBA Regional Tour. So, finish up game 1, take a little break. We'll be right back with you with scoring update in game number 2. Thanks, folks.
Another day of Westy.
that's game one, folks. Those of you in the chat, appreciate you being here. Looks like we're just scooching a pair. Is it right? We're just scooching a pair over? I'm not 100% familiar with the crossing procedure, I guess. So we started on, let's see, 27, 28. So Russ Hunt started on 25, 26. Move 1, 7, 8. Just skip pairs, is that right? I don't know. I don't see up here what these crossings are supposed to be. So, then we got, excuse me, Russ Hunt, Lance Lowerfield on the main pairs. 27, 28, 25, 26. We'll head on over here. Lowerfield goes strike 8 count. Should be able to clean that up. But on 25, 26. Thank you for tuning in, Russ Taylor. Hey, if you want to help me out a little bit better, for those of you watching, the link, head on over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel. That helps me out a ton. I get a little kickback from YouTube. I don't from Facebook, but I do get a little kickback from YouTube. And that enables me to bring streams to you guys with better quality. So the guys that were on 23, 24 that are now on 25, 26, that's Ty Dawson, Gary Morgan, and Jason Dowsher. That's who's in front of us. On main pairs, extended pairs, 11, 12, 13, 14. 11, 12, 13, 14. That's on 13, 14 now is Henry Dawson, Bill Hewlett, and Robert Harvey. Then we also have Jeff Conrad, a local guy from here, Boise. Robert Luoff and Joel Goldstein Sr. So a lot of California guys out here taking in the sun. It's been warm. It's been really warm here in Boise. Jeff Conrady on extended pairs goes to the face lefty. Jeff Conrady definitely has a chance here, I think, to make a pretty good run as being a local guy's bowled on Westies many a time. Russ Hunt goes 10 back. Russ Hunt's got great ball reaction. I don't see his ball reaction going to weight. I think he's too good of a bowler for that to happen. So count on seeing Russ Hunt in the catcher's round tomorrow. His ball reaction is just too dang good. Way too good. Yeah, Jeff Conrad, he's bowled here quite a bit, and a lefty in a lefty house. So I don't know how 45 feet affects being a lefty. It may take a little bit of the friction away that you have on the left side because it's not going to break down a ton. Russ Hunt has moved right. Goes to the face. Leaves the 6-10. Head on over to the extended pairs. It's a good job there on lean 14. So Bill Hewlett will be up on lane 12. Robert Luoff, he leaves the 4-6-10, or 4-6-7. 4-6-7 on lane 11. Bill Hewlett, oh, gets him on the fall. That's a good ball. That is a good ball. So Mr. Morgan, here on lane 26, working on a strike. Laying up the left side. A lot of lefties in the PBA 50 regionals. A lot of lefties here today. I think you're going to see a lot of success, especially as the friction develops. There's a lot of lefties. The left side's going to open up. Still waiting a scoring update here from game number 1. I believe Josh he's got it written down in his name now. So any second here, you'll be able to get a scoring update. We'll bring that to you as Jeff Conrad off camera just went 10 back. Take a look at Mr. Harvey. He's throwing a shot here on lane 13. Mixer, no, can't get the 7 to fall. Another mixer in 2-8 on 25. So see Ty Dawson's shot. What he's got for us is a very colorful jersey. But yeah, we're just waiting on a scoring update. One person, a couple people, we just want to thank really quick for making these tournaments possible. One is Drake Mechanical for being the title sponsor of this tournament. We very much do appreciate that. And for helping me put this on, Skids Mobile Tire Service. They're located in the northern part of Utah, in like the Farmington area. So if you're in, that area between Brigham City and Salt Lake, anywhere in there, Skids Mobile Tire Service. Danny, he'll help you out. Give them a call. Look them up. Facebook, Google, anywhere. Skids Mobile Tire Service. They'll come to your house. I've had it done in my own car, my own truck. Does that work? Needed some tires. Danny came out. He's got a big old van. Breaks down. I've got a 1-ton Duramax. He did it out of his van. Good stuff. Hit up Skids Mobile Tire Service. Thank you to him for helping make this stream possible. People like you watching on YouTube. Can't stress that enough. The kickback that I get helps me out just so much. All right. Back to the action. Ty Dawson did strike. That's a good ball for him. Jeff Conrad up here on lane 11, working on a strike. He goes open spare strike. Here in the 4th frame, his effort doesn't love it. Yep, good reason. That's through the face. Bill Hewlett on lane 14, see what he's got. He's working on a strike. And can I get the 2 fall to the field? Tickles it. He tickles it. Well, tickle, but it don't fall. Still have a little bit to clean up there. Jason in front of us, Jason Dashing. Lane 26. Good ball. He looks like he's in the right part of the lane now. Just needs to throw a little bit better. I think you'll be fine. Jeff, if you're in the chat, yeah, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Ty Dawson, good ball. Oh, wow, he's throwing it great. His ball reaction's great, too. Mr. Morgan's on a 3-back. We got some good bowling going on, and it's just going to continue to get better, like I mentioned before, as the friction develops. Everybody is able to move left, and the right hooks even more than it has right now. Oh, man, I'm just seeing tons of strikes getting thrown right now. You're not striking. There's something wrong with you. Or no. Ooh. Makeable, but not what you want to see on a 3-bagger. I am seeing a ton of strikes being thrown. Maybe eating my words a little bit because Steve Klimkin, who I picked, he's my pick. If we could bet on this, I'd for sure be doing it. He would be my pick. So we're taking 12, okay? We're taking 12. That's top third of this field. We're taking 12. What's up? We're gonna go over there. See his bar. Face 9 pins. Oh my gosh, man. His ball reaction's good. He's throwing it well, and when he isn't throwing it well, he's getting the breaks. That's hard to beat. Russ Hunt is currently sitting in 5th. So, excuse me. We do have a scoring update. If you head on over to PBA.com on the Northwest Tour page, and then hit on this PBA 50 Northwest Drake Mechanical Open. Scroll down to the bottom, you'll see what we have as the standings. So let's go over. Your leader after game 1, 255, Robert Reed Sr. from Weed, California. He's plus 55. Solid game. 250. If you can figure out how to shoot 250 on the fresh, you're probably going to bowl pretty well. So I'll see. I don't see Robert's look going away or throwing the ball any worse than that. So then we go second, just behind him. We got a couple guys in this area, quite a few. From second to seventh, all in the 230s. Robert Brown, 234. Greg Thomas, 233. Jason Dowsham, 233. Russ Hunt, 233. Randy McComber, 231. Lance Lorfield, 231. So seventh to second separated by 3 pins. Right now, Ty Dawson goes 10 back. Ty Dawson needs a pretty good game. It didn't start off very well, but it's friction. You can see as the friction develops, where he's playing, what ball he's using is starting to look better and better. He goes strike spare 3-bagger. I don't know where to extend it real quick. So after you get out of the 230s, we'll go to Dave Dayton at 224. John Burke in Fort Worth, Texas, 211. Gary Morgan, 206. Roger Hare Sr. from here in Idaho, 205. And John Gould at 204. He's actually tied with Tony Rodriguez Jr., so they're tied at 204. Steve Klimkin shot 179. That is good for 24th place. And he's going to need to make up some pins to get into the cut line. We've got 37 folks here right now. We're taking 12, which is the top third. Jeff Conrad on 11 there, 10 back. That's a great ball. Here, take a look at Lance Lorfield. Adjacent to his banner pair. He's sitting pretty good right now. 8 games, a lot of bowling to be had. Ball looks pretty good. Yeah, I just didn't want to go through the pins, though. I want to go through the pins. One thing, folks, if you're out there in the chat right now, one thing you can do that'll really help is if you go ahead and share. You know, it's a pretty crazy concept, but if you go ahead and share this video, let them know what we're doing here. That'd be hugely appreciated. And they can also go on YouTube on the HD link. Watching full HD as those 10 back there on lane 26. Russ Hunt. He hasn't really figured out this pair. It looked like he moved right, which is an interesting move. I don't think he's not going to make it tomorrow because his ball reaction's too good, but it looks like he moved right. I'm not really sure why. Maybe he knows something I don't know, but his score isn't really reflecting it. That ball didn't look good. It was right and fast. Going over here to see Jeff Conrad. It was right and fast. I don't know what's going on, why he had moved, but yeah, he's over there now. Ryan, good morning, my friend. Thank you for tuning in, my guy. Thank you for tuning in. Mixer Jeff Conrad, he knew. That looks like a 3-9. No, looks like maybe just the 3-pin standing. So Mr. Bill Hewlett, lane 13. Let's see what he's got. He's going to be skipping his banner pair, and he goes 10 back. That's a pretty good ball for him. I have Russ Hunt and Ty Dawson up here on the main pair, so we're going to hit on back over there and see what they've got going on for us. Russ goes 10 back, so that's a better ball. Ty Dawson on a 4-bagger. It needs a solid game here. Get some momentum going because he definitely didn't have it to begin with. There you go. That's why the scores are going to be high right there. That right there. Nick, Harmon, David Shatta. See you guys. Thank you for sharing the feed. We appreciate it here at Championship Bowl. Oh, damn, that was crazy. No, that's right there is why the scores are going to be so high. I mean, that you can feed the ball out, hit it to the right side of the track, and that ball is just going to feed on back. I mean, the entry angle is great. Like, you're really just kind of playing a house shot almost. And you have friction. You can't throw it to like the 2 and bank it, but you can throw it out there, and it's going to bank off of it pretty hard and go through the pins really well. High flush. Mr. Senior there. Yep, he's got a double. He's happy about it. Looks like his name is from Lance Lorfield. 8 pins. Yeah, his ball reaction doesn't look tremendous. Like, he needs to absolutely ace it to get it to go through the pins. Not what you want, especially on dragging on this lane surface where it's playing so easy. It's playing so easy, especially for the guys that are able to get in and hook it. Like our guy Ty Dawson. I mean, he's just going to continue to get better. He's just going to continue to get better as the friction develops. It looks like that's kind of his game, is hooking it like that. And maybe he didn't really have that look on the fresh. This looks just going to get better. And this is a good pair. It looks like 25-26 looks like it's a pretty solid pair. A lot of high scores coming off of it. A lot of high scores coming off. Excuse me. Ty Dawson, again, lean 25. And your carry percentage is going to go up. You don't have to ace it. Like, Lance kind of has to ace. That's a really good spare by Russ Hunt there. He's going to save this game, manage to scrap away, with 2-0, 2-team. I mean, he can shoot 220, right? You have 195 in the night, 95, 05, 15, 25. So you shoot 225. If he punches here, and that's, pretty solid game. It doesn't look like he maybe bowled his best. And he's going to end up with a pretty solid game. Especially after shooting 230. So if you can, leave your low games in the 2-0s, 2-teens, 220s, you're going to have a successful day, and you'll be there tomorrow collecting a check. So we're wrapping up game number 2. We're going to kind of fly here. There's just not a ton of bowlers. 37 of them. That's a good ball by Russ. So, yeah, he's going to shoot a solid game. We'll head on over to the extended pairs. Jeff Conrad, he's getting ready to roll. Not having a tremendous game. Not having the turnout he'd like to see early. Has some time to turn it around. I think as there's enough lefties in the field that it may start to open up a little bit and allow them to really take advantage of the lefty advantage that is here. See what he's got. See what Jeff Conrad can do. He's got Bill Hewlett, who's on a 3-bagger. They're lagging a little bit behind here in the 7th frame. Wants to leak a little high. He needs to be further right, I think. I don't know if he can play it or what's happening. The ball doesn't look terrible, and it's through the face, and he's almost leaving a split. Russ Hunt leaves this. He's going to shoot 2-teen, though. So, not a good bad game. A good bad game. Bill Hewlett extends his strike streak to 4. Yeah, that's fine. 2-teen. On a game you didn't really bowl well. You're a little upset you couldn't take advantage of the scoring pace. You're probably going to fall a few spots, but you'll be there tomorrow. That's awesome. Not a long string of strikes. I don't know what screwed him up here, but he'd be on front 8 if it weren't for that 2nd frame. I didn't quite catch exactly what it was that had impeded him from that, but he's looking real good right now. Ball's way right. So there you go. There's Dragon. Okay, there's 45 feet on a PBA pattern. He missed probably 3 right, and come back. With the amount of room he has besides that, I mean, that's a bad miss. And he didn't ditch. I mean, that's a bad miss. I think plus 150. Human shift, please shoot plus 150 for 8 games to make the cut. I think it's going to be about there. We'll see a little. We'll have a little more information as Bill Hewlett on a 4-bagger. Mixer, yeah, he's got it going. 13-14 looks like a pretty solid pair too, especially if you want to play a little more direct. Joe Goldstein Sr. steps up in the 10th frame on lane 12 off a 3-bagger. Oh, Ty Dawson just chopped that in the 9th. Ooh. That's a big missed opportunity. As Goldstein through the face. Man, Ty really needed that spare. Continue that momentum. Kenny Dawson 10 back there on lane 13. So clean up. Not a great game for him either. Yushin Dawson 26. Bring that to you here on the main pairs. He gets that to go as he throws a mixer. Double. He needs every strike he can get, though, to salvage this game. We're going to see Ty Dawson finish this off. Can shoot 242. Not a bad game. I mean, that's solid, but disappointing. You know, like that 20 pins there in the 9th frame really is going to hurt. It really hurts. Kenny Dawson off camera just crossed over to double. Lane 13. All right, Ty Dawson. Better ball. Much better result. Just to our left here in 23 and 24, that's where John Burkett and Steve Klimkin are bowling. Steve's still struggling early. He just doesn't quite have the look yet. I think as the friction develops and Steve's able to create the shape he's looking for, I don't think anybody will be able to stop him. But yeah, just not scoring at the pace that he needs to score at right now to get himself in a position to make it on Sunday. But yeah, my prediction right now plus about 150 for 8 games, I think. I just see the scores continuing to go up as we move on. I think this pattern will just continue to play easy. Ty Dawson, the finish, or his second ball in the 10th frame. That ball's left off of his hand, and he trips out the 4-9. So lots of room. Lots of room to score. We're wrapping up game 2. We'll be back with you as the start of game 3 when we get our new set of bowlers. Russ, and let you know we got PBA. We've got you covered. Shane Horseman, Tony Rodriguez Jr., and Alex Rizala. They'll be on 25-26. Roger Hare, Senior Steve Sherman, Robert Brown. They'll be on 27-28 next game. 11-12 will be Robert Reed Sr., Mitchell Vernon, and Jeff Cecil. Slaps it out. The second frame of the 10th. Slap it out. Yeah, you slap it out there on lead 26. Mr. Morgan. He's liking it. He's going to shoot a good game. And then on 13-14, we'll have Bob Rosnew, Bobby McKenzie, and John Gould. When we start game 3, we're going to take a quick break. If you haven't already, go ahead and share the video. And head on over to the link I pinned in the comments and all the Facebook streams. That'll take you right over to YouTube where you watch this in full HD. Well, Uncle Jimmy, thank you, Brittany Trujillo. So yeah, I'll be right back as we take a quick break. At the end of game number 2, bring scoring updates when we get them. Probably halfway through game number 3. And I'll be right back. Thanks, folks.
Can't start the first 5 and shoot too well.
I saw that. You started hot.
That's horrible. I just lost. I want to stay at 23, 24. I don't want to move.
You mean 25?
23, 24.
I don't know what you
All right, folks, welcome back. Game 3 getting underway right now. A whole new batch of bowlers in front of us. Kind of went over that. When we left off, the end of game number 2. Waiting on a few bowlers to come over here on the marquee pairs. We'll show you that when they get there. But over on the extended pairs, got Bob Reed, Mr. McKenzie, a couple of other bowlers. I'll give you a scoring update here momentarily. As soon as I get them, we'll let you know. We will let you know. $2 p.m., folks, for those of you in the chat wondering when the kids tour will start. That is at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. So for all the folks watching on Facebook, head on over to YouTube, click that link, and put it right there in the comments for you. You click the pinned comment, click on the link, it'll take you right to YouTube. Watch it there. You can watch it full HD, 1080p. Like the video, subscribe, all helps me out. I get a little kickback. Don't get anything from Facebook. They don't help me out. They don't help you out. They don't even help you out. They don't even give you full HD quality. What kind of crap is that, right? But it's there for all those folks. Jungle in front of us. Lane 13. Surprise, where is he at? Lefty, Mr. Gould. Let's see it. We've bowled, completed one game. Now, John Gould shot 204. I'm surprised he's not bowling better. The left side just doesn't look as good as some may have thought. I thought it looked better. It's lefty house, but it's 45 feet. I think it takes a little bit of that friction away, the free friction that they have, more so on the right side, on the left side, more so than the right-handers do. And when you put 45 feet out there, it just doesn't quite work the same as if you were just on a house shot or challenge pattern or whatever in the medium length, 39 to 43 feet, 45 feet. That's going to affect it. When you don't have a ton of lefties in the field, it just doesn't break down. It's a good spare there. We've got a few guys over here, though, now on the marquee pairs. In front of us, 25 to 28. Giovanni. Mixer, yeah, he gets the 2-8 to trip. Crumbles the bucket. Here there's Swisher. Ooh, trips out the 8-10. That makes that much better looking than it was. That was looking pretty scary to begin with. Mr. Smith up here in 27, his first ball of the third game. I think he's throwing a proton physics. That ball looks great when it runs over the 8-pin. Great ball. Great ball. Mitch Vernon up here on the extended pairs up on lane 12, working on a strike. Goes strike, spare, strike. Let's see what he's got. I like that look, yeah. This gentleman over here. I mean, goes double, open, double. But the way he's throwing it looks pretty good. I like the area and the lane he's playing. I like the ball choice. If he just throws the ball a little bit better, he'll have a good chance. He'll have a good chance making it tomorrow. Mitch Vernon. Mitch Vernon up in front of us here. See what he's got on lane 12. That ball's left off his hand. Baby splits. 3-10. Giovanni. Switch on over to the marquee pairs. Wraps a 10-pin. That's a pretty good ball. 27-28 is a good scoring pair. You want to score? Well, 27-28, you're going to score a lot. And over here, Mr. McKenzie on lane 13. That ball's left off his hand, too. And he 3-6-9-10s. Ouch. Definitely don't want to see that. Mitch Vernon will clean up his 310 baby split. So solid there. And through the face again. Yeah, it looks like we're in that transition period. I've seen a lot of balls go through the face. My experience here at Westy's, I don't know, man. I feel like the middle part of the house definitely plays different than the ends. I would feel like there's been less friction in the past over here than like way down in the end, like 3 and 4 area. But I know there's a couple pairs here that hook significantly more, like bounds more, 5 to 7 boards more than the others. So you'll get that. And if you were bowling on a pair that maybe didn't hook as much and you hit on over here to 25, 26, and it hooks 3 or 4 boards more, yeah, you're going to go through the vase a couple times. And I'm seeing a lot of that. It's either, maybe these pairs that they've moved to hook a little bit more, or it's just starting to break down. A lot of balls through the face. Balls that don't look that bad. I also just don't think a lot of people are playing the right part of the lane right now. They need to kind of get in left. Use some of that hold. Use that hold that this pattern just has built into it. Robbie, haven't seen Robert Brown yet. Have not seen Robert Brown yet. But I'll keep an eye out. For show. For show. See if he'll get up here. I'll look through the pairs. Robert Brown. He's just to the left of us on 23-24. We will have him game 8. Yeah, we'll have Robert Brown in the final game. We're going with Roger Hare and Steve Sherman. So he started on 15-16. And he will end on 11 and 12. So we will see him at game number 8. If you're wondering, Robert. Back there, lane 26. This is a solid ball. Needed one. 25 and 26 has been struggling a tiny bit with ball reaction. Looks like they've figured it out for the most part now. Over here, I like the way this guy's bowling here. Yeah, that's good. And he's on a 3-bagger now. Goes double open 3-back. Let's see if we have a scoring update for you. Do we have a scoring update? We do indeed. We do have a scoring update. So let's head on over there and check it out. News, though. Steve Klimkin moves into the cut line at +3 after he shoots. I don't know what he shot. It'd be 220. He shot 179 now is +3. So, Robert Reed averaging +63. Gary Morgan +59. Russ Hunt has jumped up to the 3rd spot. He's +47. Tony Rodriguez +25. Robert Brown, Robert Brown, Cody, Wyoming +24. Dave Dayton +23. Greg Thomas +19. Bob Rosenau +15. Jason Dowsham +14. And then to round off the top 10, we have Steve Sherman. And he's +6. So you want to be in the cut, you got to be +3 right now. That's after 2. Steve Klimkin, your cut man. John Burkett, -3. Roger Hare, -3. Robert Harvey, -1. So a couple guys hanging out on the bubble after 2. halfway through the third game here, and then we'll have 5 to play. A lot of bowling left. I mean, we're not even... We get down bowled 5 games, and that way you got to start like, I need a couple of good games here to really either pace myself or get myself into the cut. But right now, a lot of bowling left. Lots of bowling left. We're in a little bit of a transition period. I think that the first 2-3 games of this pattern wants to change a lot, and then we'll get to the point where you're forced to move left, and then you'll just be kind of chasing it left. So you're going to need to make... You can probably stay in the same line that you've been playing and just inching left. If you're playing a little more straighter, you can just kind of inch left a little bit for the first game or two, and then at that point, it gets to a point where you'll just need to make a big move. 5, zone, 1 or 2 zone change. And I think we're in that period right now. I think we're seeing that. Robin, yeah, these guys are good. We're going to see the kids tour. 2 p.m., so you're not going to miss that, Robin. The kids tour. Lots of great bowlers there. We're going to see some really talented bowlers that eat this pattern alive. I mean, you couldn't have a better scoring pattern. 45 feet on this lane surface. It's going to be good. But, yeah, after a game, 1.5, 2, I think is the zone change is going to be needed because you get to a point where, there's not enough hold left as you inch left. So you need to make a big enough move to where you recreate that hold left you had maybe on the fresh. So I think we're in that area now where we're going to need to see some people to make the zone changes so they don't have to absolutely pure every ball they throw. Because you just shouldn't have to. Not in this pattern. You shouldn't really have to. I don't know. I didn't really expect to see the cut score go down. It didn't really go down. It went down maybe a little bit. But I thought I expected it to go up a little bit. Maybe plus 20. I think after this game, the scores will start to really go up. Maybe I'm just tripping on that. I don't know. But I know for a fact on the kids' tour, once people are able to move off of playing so direct and the friction really starts to develop on the right part of the lane, it's game over. You have to strike a lot. Gonna have to strike a lot. Guys, I'm excited, though. I'm excited for the kids' tour coming up. We've got some crazy talented bowlers. We got some very successful touring players, regional touring players. Christopher Tuolsky. I don't really. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but second in the points, just to Darren Ting. So, we've got one of the best bowlers right now on the regional tour. And we've got Tony Rodriguez, goes 10 back, likes it, fist pumping. Yeah, and for a good reason, he's got a 3-bagger. So he can have a solid game here. But yeah, we've got some really good bowlers that have been touring, and we've got a couple, not more than a couple really good bowlers who don't tour, who aren't regulars on the Northwest Tour, PBA Regional Northwest Tour. So it's going to be interesting. We got Giorgio and Kendall, Clay, some really, really good bowlers, world-class bowlers. So it'll be fun to see, how far they can really make it. My prediction, I did predict Kendall Miles as the winner. He's my pick. If I had money, I'd bet on him. I put it on him. And no, there's definitely a couple ringers in that group too that have a lot of value. If we were betting, man, we need to bring sports betting to bowling. I'll make all the odds. I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp of what I'm seeing. Maybe I'm crazy on that, but man, if we bring that kind of action, ooh, it'd be a little bit wild. I'd be getting a little litty over here, betting on some bowling. Yeah, I could definitely see some long shots making a run. Guys that are locals here that bowl at Westy's, that understand what areas of this house hook more than the others, get that little bit of an edge and get themselves in the cut. Make a good run. Get a matchup tomorrow in the round of 8 and 4. And beat them just because they have some superior knowledge on how the lane surface plays. So I could very easily see that happening. And I would for sure put some money on that, some long shots. You just never know. Mitch Vernon. We'll bring him back over here. Mitch Vernon, Washington. Lane 12. Working on a spare. That's a pretty good ball. It's going, tripping the 4-pin. And I don't think he could have missed. If 2 boards right of that doesn't come back. So, move left. It's coming up. Guys, we'll be here all day today and pretty much all day tomorrow. We've got bowling for you here on the regional tour. 8 games. We're coming to the conclusion of the 3rd game here for qualifying for the PBA 50 Northwest Regional Tour. 2 p.m. Guys, 2 p.m. we're going to have the Kids Tour, the PBA Northwest Regional Tour, Drake Mechanical Open, qualifying 8 games. We'll cut again to the top 3rd to take the Cashers round tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Both the PBA 50 and PBA Regional Northwest Tours will bowl at 8 a.m. for the Cashers round. I believe that's 5 games to cut to 8. We'll cut to the top 8 and the bowl a couple matches. Single elimination matches, a round of 8, cut down to 4, and then our championship match. That'll be right here in front of us on 19, 20, 21, 22, respectively, for the PBA 50 and the PBA Northwest Regional Tour. Ooh, that's a rough break there. On lane 13, we'll see Jeff Cecil here in front of us. On lane 12, what's he working on? We're working on a strike. Working on a strike. Ball looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, back over to your Tony Rodriguez. He broke up his strike streak. Ended at 3. Got a spare. Could use to set up the foundation here. A couple strikes in the 8th and 9th. Have a solid game. Where does Tony sit right now? I do not see Tony Rodriguez. Why am I not seeing Tony Rodriguez? What is happening? Oh, 'cause he's in 4th. He's in 4th. That's a good ball. Ooh, flat 10. 6-pin just sat in the gutter and wanted to come out. Just didn't quite have it. Giovanni. Let's see what Giovanni is at. Giovanni Capasso. He's minus 36, sitting in 25th, so a good game could help him out. And that's going to help a little bit. That was a double there halfway through the 3rd game. Could really use a good one. Big game, 220, 230, and he's sitting right on the bubble. Depending on what Steve Klimkin does and John Burkett. Those guys, are we going to see Steve and John on the pairs? Let's take a look. So we'll see them, 13-14. We'll see them game 6. On the extended pairs. We'll see them. Ooh, Tony Rodriguez almost misses that. That would have been just killer. I really would have ruined his game. But he's sitting in 4th. He's got a little bit of breathing room after a solid first 2 games. So we'll see John Burkett, ex-MLB pitcher, and Steve Klimkin, Hall of Famer. And Scott Moore back on game number 6 on the extended pairs of 11 and 12. So you're not going to want to miss that. Over the extended pair real quick. Oh, Mixer, no. 3/4 of the bucket lifts standing, missing only the 8-pin. Ooh, Mixer, yes, he gets it. He's liking it. That's a 3-bagger going to the 10th. That is a 3-bagger going into the 10th frame. Unsure if that is Alex or if that is Shane. I don't know which one's which. Actually, I think Alex is the C-bowler. Yes, Alex is the C-bowler. So Shane Horseman was the one mixing it out. Shane Horseman's got a 3-bagger. Where's he at? Shane Horseman sitting in 18th, minus 15, so a good game here. Puts him in the bubble. Jeff Cecil off camera just stoned. Oh, no. He's trying to pick up spare. Shoots 154. Ooh. Tony Rodriguez, kicks out the 4-5 out of the bucket. Leaves a 2-8. Over, take a look at what Robert Reed has for us. Robert Reed looks left, yep. Face gets lucky, though, leaves only a 3-6, so makeable. Makeable. It'll be interesting to see. I think there's going to be a fight. Game 7 and 8, there's going to be like 4 or 5 people jockeying from like 11 to 16. That'll be pretty close, I feel like. I have a feeling. Ooh, 5-1, 6 out. That's not going to help anything. They're only 27. All right. Tony Rodriguez had a spare. He'll pick it. That's a good spare. Seeing fourth, not the game you're looking for, but a pair that looks like it's been playing tough the last 2 games. I haven't really seen anybody be super successful. 25, 26, 27, 28. I've seen a lot of high scores, but not 25 and 26. So Shane Horseman will be up in front of us here. He's sitting in 25th. Oh, I said 15th. No, I didn't. I said 18th place at minus 15. Ball looks pretty good. Ah, wraps a 10. He wanted it. He wanted it. Doesn't quite get it, though. Extended pairs have concluded their games. We're almost done here on the main marquee pairs. 27-28, we remember took a little bit to get over here to us. Oh, the 2 pinfalls. So only the pin. That's a good break there, only 27. Another good break for Alex there. 25. So he can punch out for 2-0. He can punch out for 2-0. Shane Horseman now. Spare here, he shoots a decent game. Just a solid game. I mean, that'll bump him up. That'll be him, put him on the bubble. I think he can shoot 215. Got 180. Shoot 2-0. Yeah, shoot 220 with a spare here. Yeah, I'll be good. So Shane, with a good feel here, shoots 227. That'll put him up. I think that'll probably put him either at least 14th place. Unless scores have just jumped as some of our bowlers move down the low end. Alex crosses over again and strikes, so 200. 200 is definitely in. He's sitting 26 plays, minus 37, so 2-0 is not really going to get him there. I said plus 150. I'm going to bring that to plus 130. I could be completely out of my mind here on that as well, but I think that's fairly close. So Shane Horseman to put himself in the bubble, if not in, here in Game 3. Ball looks solid. Yeah, and then flat 10s go. Ring 10, flat 10. That's not a good sign. When you start leaving different kinds of 10. But 226, solid game. I just don't know if he was throwing it tremendous there. I don't know if it's a ball thing. But I just don't think he's getting clean enough off his hand to get a consistent reaction down lane. But 227, can't complain about that. 226, can't complain about that. You'll probably put him, like I said, in either in or just outside the cut. Alex finally goes flush and strikes. So he goes Brooklyn flush, 202. Al. Yeah, the region, the PBA regional, Northwest Regional Tour, that'll be at 2 p.m. today, if you're still in the chat. This week there's not, actually. There's no PBA Tour guys on right now. Unfortunately, we didn't get any this week. What you want to know, though, Al, later this month, the 24th, I believe, we're going to have the Beehive Open, the PBA West Northwest Beehive Open. And that will have some touring names. KT Simpson and Darren Ting will be in the house. So you're not going to want to miss that one. I promise. Stay tuned. You'll follow our social media on Facebook. And you'll get news, power rankings, all that kind of stuff right there. If you guys haven't already, if you're in the YouTube stream, go ahead and like the post. Or go ahead and like the video. That helps us out a ton as well. You also can send us donations in the chat. That helps me out a ton. Helps me get to these tournaments. You get better equipment. Bring all these tournaments, more cameras, more equipment, so we can bring you more action live as Tony Rodriguez goes flush Brooklyn to shoot 212. So, I mean, good game. That's a good game. He didn't bowl great. Bowled solid. Had a couple mistakes and shoots 212. They're sitting in 4th place. That's going to help you. Beehive Open. Let me get the official dates out for you. Get the official dates. So it'll be the 26th and 27th of June. Practice is on the 25th. We will be setting up Friday night on the 25th, and then 26th will be qualifying. 27th will be the finals. So we will be in the house. Lehigh. Jack and Jill Lane's in Lehigh, Utah. She's in the southern, just south of Salt Lake. South of Salt Lake. About a 45-minute drive from Salt Lake south. So Mr. Laurelfield and Russ Hunt are on our extended pairs again. They're getting all the TV time. Hogging all the TV time. As soon as we get a update on the scoring, we'll let you know. For those of you in the Facebook chats, whether it be on Championship Bowling or with the PBA Regional Tour Facebook page. If you're in either of those, I've pinned a comment. If you go down and you're like, oh, look at the pinned comments. If you look at the pinned comments, you will see a link that will take you to YouTube. All right? YouTube allows me to stream in full HD as Mr. Laurelfield whiffs a 2-pin. Ouch. That's rough. Allows me to stream in full HD quality, 1080p. Facebook doesn't, and it just helps me out. The more views I get on there, I get a little kickback. That helps me give you as much content as possible. So I would very much appreciate that. All right, we're finishing up game 3, starting game 4. I'm going to take another quick break. We'll get back to you here in just a moment and bring you live scoring updates when they're made available to us. Thanks, guys. All right, folks, we are back. I'm back. We've got action coming at you here right in front of us. Game 4, halfway through Game 4. Man, we're almost all the way done with Game 4. Is that right? On the extended pairs, they're almost done? Wow. Yeah, we're almost finished, I guess. Scoring update, though. Steve Klimkin's bowling really well right now. Steve Klimkin falls out of the cut. Open in the 10th, below 7/10. So Gary Morgan has now taken over the number 1 seed, plus 71. Robert Reed, plus 55. Tony Rodriguez Jr., plus 37. So kind of 20 pins step down between each of the top 3. Then we go to Bob Rosnow, plus 26. Dave Dayton, plus 20. Joe Goldstein, 16. Russ Hunt, 6 plus 16. Greg Thomas, plus 14. Shane Horseman, plus 11. And then Jeff Conrad, Robert Brown are both tied at plus 1 for the 10th, 11th spot. John Gould, minus 3. So the cut has moved down to minus 3. That's crazy. Man, I thought they'd play a little bit easier, but apparently they are not playing that much easier. But yeah, that's where we're at as far as scoring. So minus 6 is Steve Klimkin, Roger Hare is minus 9, and Steve Sherman is minus 10. So all those guys in the bubble. I think minus 18 at 17th, Giovanni Capasso. Minus 18 and 17th. All within striking distance. A couple good games. John Burkett, minus 29 down there in 18th. So, yeah, definitely can come back from that. This is midway Game 4. Those are Game 3 scoring updates. And, we're finished on the extended pairs with Game 4 already. They are flying. 728 is a little bit behind our marquee pairs. A little bit behind Roger Hare, who is in 14th right now. He's going to whiff on the 5 pin. Well, he's going to need to bowl a little bit better than that if he's wanting to jump Steve Klimkin and John Gould to get into the cut line. So Steve Klimkin's on a string of strikes. He's down on like 7 and 8, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at that. I'll be right back for the conclusion of the 4th game, halfway through qualifying here. If you haven't already, go ahead and like the page, follow us, and subscribe. Head on over. How? Yeah, non-members can sign up. Just go to the PBA regional Tour website, there are non-members can bowl. $350, I believe, is the entry fee, and I think they can only cash twice. Josh Blanchard is the guy to talk to about that stuff, though here on the Northwest. But yeah, Al, if you're still in the chat, average cost about $350, $300 for a non-member. There are some reduced entry fee events and non-member only events that you can bowl that aren't as expensive. But this one, if you are a non-member, is $350. The PBA 50, they're going to take $2,000 for first place PBA regional tour. The kids tour, $2,500. If you haven't already, head on over to YouTube, watch it on there. It helps me out a ton. Like the video and subscribe. Please subscribe. Follow us on Facebook for all of our updates. That's where I post all of our power rankings and stuff like that. So if you're wanting to stay up to date, that's where you're going to want to do it. That's where you're going to want to do it. Kent, we wish you were here. Michael. Thank you. We'll see you here soon. You're right, Steven. It'll start 25th. I'll be there the 26th. The actual tournament's 26th, 27th. That's when I'll be there. But yeah, it does practice and the Pro-Am stuff 25th. You're correct. So we'll be right back. I got to go take a look at where we're at with Steve because he's on a big string of strikes. So I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. Okay, update on Steve. He's not shooting 300. He went five or six bagger, 9 whiff, double. So he shoot a big game, but that 9 whiff, disappointing. So that's where we're at. Conclusion of game 4 coming up here. That's a really good ball there on lane 26. Roger Hare opens. He goes 9 whiff, missing the 5-pin strike, 4-7-10. So, yeah, I'm going to need to bowl a little better. Just got to throw better shots. Yeah, can't whiff a 9-pin or a 5-pin. Unfortunately, here at the highest, some of the highest level, we have a string of strikes here. Steve Sherman is on the front 7 on the live stream. So if he strikes here, we're going to be on 300 watch. And we'll have it right here live for you. And that'll be pretty cool. I'm going to have to share that. Yes, he does. He does. Front 8. Front 8, Steve Sherman. That. All right. We've got some action brewing now. Steve Sherman is on front 8 pace right here on the live feed. All right. This could get interesting. All right, guys, this could get interesting. Steve Sherman's going to step up here on lane 28, right on the live stream with front 8. This could get interesting. This could be interesting. All right, Steve Sherman stepping up, lane 28 on the front 8. Bill Air, lane 25. That was a really good ball. He's now working on a double going to the 10th. Steve Sherman. Front 8. Oh, he tugged that one. Through the face. Disappointing. That ball wasn't very good. Didn't look like the ball, the 8th frame got off his hand very clean. And then that ball, he just pulled, just grabbed it. And it's a bad ball. Bad ball overall. So Steve Sherman ends his 300 pace, guys. There's at least going to be 1 or 2 300 shot. Excuse me, this afternoon on the kids tour. I have no doubt about that. No doubt about that, guys. If you're in the Facebook feeds, I'm going to request that you click on the link below. Watch in full HD. Benefits you, and it also benefits me, because I get a kickback from YouTube. So if you care about that stuff at all, head on over to YouTube and watch it there, because that helps me out. Like Al, he asking questions in the chat, I answer because he's on YouTube. Head on over to YouTube. That's where I'm monitoring the chat. That's where it helps me. You want to send a donation, that's where you do it at. Helps me get more equipment. Helps me bring Roger Hare Sr. on a strike right now, trying to make the cut. That's what it brings us, okay? So I appreciate it. Big Al. Yeah, I believe there is a PBA membership for overseas bowling. I would check them out. Go to PBA.com and look at their memberships. I remember there being an overseas membership. I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, I do believe that it is a thing. So, yeah, head on over to there. Check it out. I don't know if it's for only regionals. Maybe it does include regionals. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. Could be. I want to say regionals were included in that. And some of the national tour stops. I honestly don't remember 100%. So, head on over there. We'd love to have you. Get you on the stream. Get out of here. Bowl regional. Get on the stream. There may be a situation if enough of you get on over to YouTube and watch, send a donation in the chat, or whatever it may be, and we bring even more regionals here in the Northwest and the West to you guys live. If you like watching, we'll bring it. If you like watching it, bringing it. Because we got about 70 of you, almost 80 of you in the chat here. And that's awesome to see. We love having you. Love bringing you the action. Steve Sherman was on front 8 pace. Now he can shoot to 65 with a split in the 9th. Doug, hey, another guy in the chat. Love it. I love seeing the chat popping off. Guess what, guys? Throwing out comments down in the chat helps us out. Helps us out. So thanks, Doug, for answering his question. I'm sure you're more educated on the subject than I am. Head on over to the extended pairs because Russ Hunt just can't stay off. Lance Lorfield and Russ Hunt cannot stay off of the live stream. Looks like Russ Hunt's not throwing the ball as well. I talked to Steve Klimkin. Landon, bang, my homie, my guy. Just bumped you up from whatever spot. That's like a 2-spot jump in the power rankings just for that. I did talk to Steve. Right, Steve, because I thought they would play easier, and the cut's coming down, and I'm really, really actually surprised by that. I don't think the kids tour will have that issue. But I'm talking to Steve. He's throwing a proton physics. He's playing pretty direct still. I mean, he's going to shoot shoot 260 probably this game. And they're playing a little bit harder, especially on the low end. For those coming in, if you're watching this and you're coming in, the low end's playing a lot tighter than the high end is. But what's happening is there's a little bit over-under. Looks like if you play too direct, it hooks too much early. And if you get too deep too quick, it really hydroplanes through the middle, and it just never slows down. So, yeah, that's Steve Klimkin. So take that like it's the gospel because he's seen it, right? And I was watching him bowl, and it looked pretty good. He was acing shots when I went down there on a pair that was fairly tight as Russ Hunt leaves the 210. Cannot trip either the 2 or the 10. Pickable, though, because the 8-pin fell. Yeah, he was throwing it really well and playing really direct with the proton physics. I mean, that's what's throwing the strongest balls. Probably its strongest ball. And, yeah, playing really straight, and he was just having trouble. He couldn't really get far enough, couldn't get in the middle part of the lane. It just wouldn't hook. It didn't slow down in the middle part. And then when balls doesn't slow down, it's not lost enough energy and started rotating. When it gets down lane to the break point, it just hydroplanes through that too. So that's what he was explaining to me. So anybody that's coming, be aware. That could potentially be an issue. That could potentially be an issue. We're finishing up. We've started Game 4. So we should have Game 3 scoring updates. Josh is walking around getting scores right now, I believe. He hasn't quite entered them in. So once we get them, we'll let you know. We will let you know. And Russ is not throwing the ball very good right now. I don't know. He had a really good look on the front. His ball reaction is great. And I haven't really watched enough shots to figure out exactly what he's doing. Ty Dawson. Where's Ty Dawson? Making a run? He's sitting in 23rd, 43 pins in the minus. A couple of good games, he's fine. I don't know what he just shot in the Game 4. He's going spare. All right, let's see what Ty Dawson's got here. Lane 12, working on a spare. That ball's pretty good, and it just doesn't turn the corner. So that's kind of the issue that Steve's explaining. Just didn't want to turn the corner. Like the ball's like slowing down, but it just doesn't have enough down lane. It's just kind of burning it up. And sometimes an issue. It is sometimes an issue on these long patterns with these really big balls, as they slow down too much too quick. And they just kind of like the way blocks rotate. And this is kind of what happens. Let me learn y'all something. Sometimes weaker balls actually look better on long patterns, especially as they break down. So let me learn y'all something. What happens sometimes with these big balls as they hook early, and typically what happens with long patterns is it is the same volume as what your typical short pattern is, sometimes even less, spread over a longer period of time. So the oil at any given spot is much thinner than it is, say, on a short pattern. The ball, especially big covers, wants to really hook early. And when you don't have a lot of oil there to begin with, it's going to hook even earlier. Even though it may not look like it's hooking left to right, it's definitely slowing down front to back. And with these weight blocks, super dynamic cores, like a proton physics sometimes, what can happen is that weight block transitions, especially if it's too strong, transitions, you don't see the left to right hook or right to left hook. And then it looks like it just really wants to go straight off the end of the pattern. It doesn't make it back. That's why sometimes balls like a Dark Code, a UFO Alert, any maybe shinier balls that don't read so early end up shaping more and hooking in the right part of the lane, more so than really big asymmetrical balls do sometimes. So there's two things that can happen. It can either hydroplane because there's too much oil in the middle part of the lane and it never rolls, or it rolls too early. So those are, and on long patterns, I feel like, especially on long patterns, it really kind of masks that. It's really hard to see if your ball, because if you're bowling on more of a medium pattern or short pattern, you'll know if it's burning up because it'll hook left to right. But on a long pattern, there's still enough oil down lane. The ball really does not want to pick up and move left to right. So it's a little harder to see, but definitely keep on a lookout. Keep on a lookout for your ball reaction. It sounds like right now we're in a spot where the ball is just hydroplaning through the front part. Like it's not slowing down enough. And then when it finally does, it's too late. It's not getting back. Russ opens again. Man, he's having a disaster game. Disaster games are no fun. They're not much fun to watch either. So that sucks for Russ, but hopefully he makes it back. I think Josh has got all the scores now and heading on back. He'll type them in. So I'd say in the next 5 minutes we'll have a scoring update for Game 4. Russ is, man, okay, we're going to stick it here because we got to see this. Russ has gone to the two-handed style. Russ, I've seen it before a couple times. Almost every tournament we get to, it gets forced further and further left. He transitions to the two, he throws the two-handed. And that's what he just did and missed it right. Ball never turned. Yeah, so that's where we're at. They're playing a little bit harder than I anticipated. Boy was way off. Like, I don't even, cut's not even going to be plus 100. It may be plus like 30. I don't know. I know Steve's going to jump himself probably. He's probably going to be plus 40. He's going to jump him to like the top 5 probably. Once we get Game 4 scores updated. As soon as Josh gets them in. We're only through 3 games here so far. That's Orfield. Lane 14. Yeah, flat 10. Yeah, his ball reaction unfortunately just isn't very good. The ball does not want to just deflect so much. So much. Leaving weak 10s. Ooh, Greg cannot get the 9 and trip out the 4-9. Fortunate, though, to only leave the 9 pin, though. That ball is high. Ball was high. Yeah, Lance Lorefield's ball, and he's deflecting that much. I mean, I've seen him leave an 8 pin. I've seen him leave a flat 10. Where is Lance? 27th. If you're in 27th and you got that kind of ball reaction, you should probably get out of it. I would suggest getting out of that ball. I don't know what ball it is, but it's deflecting a ton. I've seen a couple 8 pins. I've seen a lot of flat 10s. And Lance is averaging 184. That's not going to make the cut. And if I was his ball rep, I'd be begging him to get out of that thing. It just does not look good. All right. We do indeed have a scoring update. And again, your boy was wrong. Put it back over here on the extended pairs because Russ is about to go and you're about to see him throw it two-handed. We do have a scoring update. Steve Klimkin did jump into the cut, did not jump into the top 5, so he must not have punched out all the way. Must not have punched out. Because he did have the front 6, I believe. So, Gary Morgan retains the lead. He's plus 84. So, a shot like 210, 215. Bob Rosnow has moved up, plus 51. Joe Goldstein Sr., plus 50. And Russ Hunt, he had a... Man, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Russ having a bad game right now. Terrible game right now. After shooting a big game to get him to plus 50. So he's going to lose all of those pins and probably fall out of the cut after this game because he has 2 marks. Russ Hunt sends 4th. So you can throw a blanket over 2nd through 6th that Tony Rodriguez Jr. at plus 41. Did miss Steve Sherman, though. He's plus 44. So 10 pins separates 2nd to 6th. Lance Warfield picks up his spare. Then we have Robert Brown, Cody Wyoming, plus 34. Jeff Conrad has moved himself up. Local guy, lefty. What did I say? Jeff Conrad, as the left side has opened up, has got himself into the cut line at plus 29. Steve Klimkin is 1 pin back from Jeff. They've bowled against each other quite a bit. And Steve is plus 28. All right, Russ is not throwing the ball to me there. Oh, wow. Oh, he did get it. That went from a 9-7 to just a 7 to the 7 falling. I don't even know what hit it. Wow. Well, Russ needs everything he can get here. He needs every pin he can get. He's sitting in 4th, and this disaster game really could put him out of the cut. Robert Reed, plus 17. Greg Thomas, plus 13. And then you drop another 10 pins to 12th at Dave Dayton. So right now, Giovanni Capasso and Dave Dayton are 4 sticks from each other, and then you drop another 20 to 14th, 15th, and 16th, which is John Gould, Ty Dawson, Jason Darsham, respectively. Russ to the face, 3-6-10. I don't think Russ is in the cut anymore after this game. Like, he's got enough games to fight back in himself into the cashier's round, but he's going to go from 4th to 15th with like a 140. It'll be minus 10. Yeah. Disaster games are tough, especially mentally. So it'll be interesting to see how Russ can bounce back from this and see how strong his mental fortitude can be. Interesting to see. Always interesting to see. Those of you in the Facebook chat, I see there's a lot of new people. I can see it, 33 of you. If you haven't liked the video, go ahead and do so. What I want you to do, though, is I pinned a comment. It goes right to the YouTube link. It's in full HD. And that will get you full HD quality, and it helps me out, too. So it helps you. You get better quality, and it helps me. I get kickback from it. More kickback than from... I don't get any kickback from Facebook. So head on over there. I'd really appreciate it. The link is pinned in the comments. Just click on it. It takes you right there. You have to do nothing else besides like the video. Yeah, Josh is right. This is the 5th game. The end of the 5th game. I mean, on the marquee pairs, we're halfway through Game 5. On the extend pairs, we're finished with Game 5. So we're all over the place right now. as games are winding down to Game 5. The end of Game 5 is kind of where crunch time starts. We've got 3 games to get yourself in. Still plenty of time, and 3 games is enough time to go plus 150 and get yourself right in. I think the scores are there. If you can play the right part of the lane with the right ball, you're going to get there. You're going to get yourself in the cut. Oh, and Russ Hunt Open. He has 114. He can max 144. So, yeah, Russ Hunt's going to be dropping out of the cut after this game. That's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Finishing up Game 5 here. Let's see what Russ Hunt can do. If he can get to 144, I mean, he really needs everything he can get. And just to give himself some padding, he's got 3 games to get back in, which I think he can do. I just think 13, 14. I haven't seen a lot of big scores from the extended pairs. The only pair that I've seen that's even been relatively good is 27-28. No one's bowling good on that pair right now at all. Like no one, like anybody right now on the broadcast pairs, they're not pulling good. It's pretty crazy to see. I appreciate everybody. I saw a large portion of our fans. Championship Bowling went from the Facebook page on over to YouTube. A huge influx. So hey, appreciate you. Helps me out a ton. Like I know I keep drag on about it. There's a lot of new people all the time here. So if you've been in here watching for a while, I appreciate your patience with me. I just gotta reiterate how much it helps me when you're here bringing all coverage like this. We're hoping to do more. We have a stacked lineup. Probably about two tournaments a month, I think, at this point. We're going to be streaming in the middle of the season. There's Russ Hunt, two-handed. Oh, the 9 won't go. Oh, I needed that. Ultimately, that's only 10 pins, but that would have been nice. There was Russ Hunt throwing the ball two-handed. Props to him, man. It's not easy. He does it right in the middle of games, and he's not bad at it. Not bad. So that's going to finish up pretty much the extended pairs game 5. We're going to head on over to our marquee pairs. It's Bill Hewlett, Kenny Dawson, Greg Thomas in front of us. Greg Thomas, that's a strike. Needed one. Not a lot of big scores happening. They've broken down really weird. It's hard to explain what exactly is happening, but they've not broken down the way I thought they would. Guys from the kids tour started to file in. I mean, my understanding is we were starting at 2. We can start whenever, but that was my understanding. We still got 3 games to go. It is that we've only been bowling for 2.5 hours and got through 5 games. So I'd say maybe another hour max, and we got to run them. So probably another 2 hours, and we could probably start, and that puts us at 12:30. So I don't know if 2 o'clock is really what's going to happen. We'll see. I have a feeling that we may start early. Don't quote me on that, though. What you can do is just subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow us on Facebook, and you'll get live updates as they're made available to me. So, if you do one of those 2 things, you're going to know exactly what I know, because I'll post it as soon as possible. Yeah, Josh, I don't think that would look bad. I think Axiom Pearl and Zen, I think those 2 balls, like NEX Pearl and S77 response, I think is on. Yeah, S77 response on as Zen. I think both of those balls would look really good right now. Dark Code, UFO Alert, balls like that. I think all of those kind of balls typically look best, especially as they start to break down. So I think you're right. Dark Code is Rex, so it's going to kind of shape more down lane. But those balls that kind of store a little more energy at the end of the pattern, I feel like what kind of happens is they're starting to burn up in the middle, because I haven't seen guys move substantially far left. So I feel like maybe they're burning up a little bit and they just don't have a lot down lane. That's why you're seeing a lot of, they got to keep the ball left, so they go really high flush through the face. They're tripping 4-pins or 4-9s or weak 10s. Like, there's really no in between. It's hard to get the ball to shape right down lane. I think that's where some of that's coming from. So balls like that would be really good. Guys really can't feel like they can project it anymore, even with the friction that's out there, because it just wants to tumble. Like, it really it wants to hook so early that if you get it right, it has no energy to turn the corner. So when you get balls that don't use their energy up so quickly, then you have energy down lane to use to turn the ball left to right, to torque it left to right. We're getting everything about equaled out now as far as people are guys on the same timeline bowling. Because 27-28 was significantly farther behind than everybody else, but so they've matched up. We're almost finished here with game number 5. And move on to game number 6. 2 to go. 2 to go to get yourself in the gut. Cut score right now is +3. Dave Dayton of Reno, Nevada. So once we get a scoring update, probably halfway through game 6, we'll have a scoring update for you. I'm going to take a quick break. Before I do, let's take a couple of the companies and people that make this possible. Drake Mechanical, for the title sponsor of this tournament, the PBA 50 Northwest Drake Mechanical Open. Thank you to them. And Danny over at Skids Mobile Tire Service. Guys, it's pretty cool what they do, what Danny does. My personal experience, I've got a 1-ton Duramax GMC, right? Had him he can order the tires for you. He had him come in, got him in a couple days, 2 days. Drove up to my work. He's got this little van. Drove up to my work. He's located, I think, in like Farmington area. So anywhere between Salt Lake and and Brigham City. I work in Brigham City. Came up to my work to put him on, took him off while I was working. Didn't even have to take it to a tire center. balances him right there, and he can bust down. I mean, like I said, a 1-ton Duramax from high performance cars to trucks like that, and anything in between, and come right to your house or your work and do them for you. So thanks, Danny. It's Skids. They're in northern Utah, guys. Hit them up. Look them up on Facebook and Google. They'll really help you out. So I'm going to take a quick break. Really quick. At the end of game number 5, game 6 coming up, we've got Steve, Klimkin, and John Burkett. Going to be on the extended pairs here. I don't want to miss. Thanks, guys. All right, game 6 starting now. Just a few more games to get into position. Make the cut. Still waiting on scoring update though from Josh Blanchard. Should have it momentarily. I'd say about 4 or 5 frames. Right now we've got through 4. Steve Klimkin, John Burkett. In front of us here, John Burkett's effort here on lane 14. Wants that turn. Swisher, no. Trips the 2 out of 2.8. That's a good break. Steve Klimkin just left the 2.810. They're tight. They're playing tough. Let's see what Steve's got here. Let's see what Steve can show us from this show. Throwing that proton physics, still pulling really straight. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like that ball's not shaping, and he's playing. I think he's moved right. I know he probably won't, but I'd love to see something a little shinier, something a little less cover, and see what it did. Because I would be willing to bet like $20 that it'd probably bounce off the spot, just bounce pretty hard. And show him that he can move left with something a little cleaner cover. It just looks like that ball is reading so early, and it has nothing left down. Could be wrong. I mean, Steve Klimkin, but I don't know, Robbie, if that's Chester Gillum. I don't know who that is, to be completely honest with you. I don't know. It's John Burke. right in front of us here. Let's see what he's got. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Just had to go ahead and put a new battery in our marquee pairs camera. Steve leaving the 2-8. Yeah, his ball is not shaped. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen that a lot. I've seen balls with big covers just burn up. They just hook so early on these long patterns. I feel like that's where we're at. Let's see if Steve's got. Get this here. Look at that. It's just so straight. Even at that 2-8, like it's deflecting so much. Crazy. We do not have a scoring update yet. Josh is still just, I think, scrambling right now to get scores. As soon as those are made available to me, I'll let you know when we've got them. Should be here very momentarily, though. Giovanni Capasso, crossover, leave a 5-pin. So Steve's going to be up here in just a moment. And let's see if he can make a little bit of an adjustment here. It's game 6. At this game, halfway through game 6 ago, we got 7 and 8. Looks like a ball change. That ball looked much better and shaped more down lane. That was not a proton physics. So that is a good ball change from Steve right there. I don't know what it was to. It looked like maybe an insight. It looked golden reddish. I don't know. That's what I want to say it is. That's what John Burkett's got. He's been throwing an idle. Done a lot of different things. I think he's throwing a Zen there for second. Giovanni will clean up his 5-pin. See what John Burkett's got. Looks like, oh, he rolled that good. Yeah, it looked really early. Just got it off his hands super clean. Super clean. Like maybe Josh had a scoring discrepancy. He ran down there and got back, got his scores. So he's going to enter him in. I'd say in the next frame or two we'll have scores available for you. All right, so Steve now on a double after going spare, open, strike, spare. It looks like he's found a little something. I think he changed balls. It's a little cleaner. It's not reading so early. I think that's going to help. I think a lot of these guys have gotten trapped. Those big, strong balls just hooking too much too early. Head on over and just take a peek at the marquee pairs. Jeff Conrad, local guy. Still waiting scoring here. I think he's submitted them at this point. I think we're just waiting on them to come through. I don't know. John Berkey just went through the face scan, almost big forward, but left the 4-7-10. Oh, that's a 4-6-7. Excuse me. So let's see what Jeff's got. Jeff Conradi is currently sitting in 8th, just above Steve Klimkin. That was after 4 games. We're in game 6, so waiting on game 5 scoring updates. Ooh, great ball, and the A-pin's just waggling. Tough break there because that ball was really good. Jeff was really needing something. Still nothing yet on the scores. I'm surprised. Wow, that's a really good ball. It's a really good ball there, lane 28. The ball he needed. Walking it off like he was on a big string, but he wasn't. I assumed he was. I looked up the score. A couple opens there. Okay. Steve. Over down on lane 13 on the low end. It's actually like the middle part. We're going to lane 28. So this is like the middle. All right. Let's see what Steve has got here. I want to know what ball he's using. That ball looks left off his hand. Yep, that was left the whole way. It is definitely not. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to go down there and look really quick. We'll look down really quick, and we'll let you know what happened. What he changed to, and how that's looking now. 1 second. Okay. I knew it. I was right. That is an insight that Steve's throwing. He's going to be up here on lane 14 right now. It is, in fact, an insight. Much cleaner cover. A little weaker weight block than Proton. Much weaker. Not much. It's a little bit weaker late block. And much weaker cover. Much weaker cover. So it's a sanded hybrid. Oh, yeah. Much better. And you can just see how much more of that ball is shaping down lane and going through the pins. Good choice for Steve. And for anybody that's watching this coming through, there's my piece of advice for you. I would say after 2 or 3 games, you need to get into a ball with a cleaner cover stock like that to get the ball to shape. It's just not. It's going to want to go too forward, and you're just going to get caught in this trap of almost moving back right because the ball wants to slow down. It's going to make it slow down even more, and it's going to get tight. It's going to get tight because if you pull it, it's going to hook, and if you miss right, it's going to hook, but it's going to hook front to back, not really left to right. So it looks like it just took Steve a little too long to figure that out. It's maybe why he's not bowling quite as good. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm just seeing a lack of going away from these super strong big balls and wanting to stay direct. And maybe that's just because this is the PBA 50 regional tour, and maybe they just can't get that far right or left. John Burkett, right? I mean, that ball's not far off. Like, you could throw it there in game 1, 2. You can't throw it there now. And he's throwing an idle, and it's just wanting to hook so early. It has nothing to torque the ball down lane, get it to move left or right. And the harder you hit it, the earlier it's going to continue to hook earlier and earlier. So it's this catch-22. It's typically the thing I see with long patterns. Still, folks, we're 3/4 of the way, almost finished now with game 6. We're still. Oh, there it is. It just updated. Wow. Okay. As I was saying, I was going to say, this is a bit riff. So Steve has climbed himself into the top 5, and so has John Burkett. So jockeying for position all over the place, as Russ Hunt did fall out of the top 12 and has moved down to 14th, 2 positions out of the cut. Gary Morgan retains his lead at plus 91. Robert Brown of Cody, Wyoming, plus 82. So 9 pins separating them. Then we have to drop almost 30 pins down to Tony Rodriguez at plus 55. And then another almost 30 pins down to Steve Klimkin at plus 28. So big steps between 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. John Burkett at plus 12 is in 5th with Joe Goldstein Sr. plus 10. Plus 10. So only 2 pins back of John Burkett. 1 pin back from Joe is Steve Sherman. Plus 9, tied with him is Giovanni Capasso. Also plus 9, Bob Rousnow, 1 pin back from them at plus 8, and 1 pin back from Bob is Jeff Conrad, who is in front of us on 27, putting together a grind of a game. It needs a couple strikes to try to keep himself where he's at. Plus 7 in 10th place. On the bubble, in 11th place, Robert Seed Sr., plus 1. And Greg Thomas at minus 5 is your cut man after 5 games. Minus 5. So we've got Dave Dayton and Russ Hunt in 13th and 14th. Dave is minus 12 and Russ is minus 16. So both of them have chances. You have to drop 20 pins almost to get to Jason Dorsham, Ty Dawson, and John Gould. So they are 15th, 16th, and 17th. I think it's Alex Arzala at minus 40, minus 41. I mean, with 3 games left after that, 6, 7, and 8, anything can happen. I don't think 50 sticks is out of it. I think, I mean, unless you're going to throw some big games, 24th at Robert Luolf. He's minus 77, so he's 72 pins out of the cut. He's going to need 3 big games to get there, but I don't think that's not out of question. I think if you're beyond that, Donald Markert at minus 86, I think you're out of it. I don't think right now the scoring pace is big enough. Steve Shaker 7s. Ooh, Messenger. No, right in front of it. That was off camera. That was on the second ball of the 10th frame. So they're finishing up. We'll finish up over there. We'll come back with them to the marquee pairs and watch Jeff Conrad finish, who's hanging on. 12 pins in front of the 12th seed. Yeah, I just don't think there's, with how they're bowling right now, I don't think those scores are out there. I think with the right move and right ball, you could get lined up and shoot 700, go plus 100 in the last 3, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. So Steve Klimkin can shoot goodness gracious, 193. My apologies, folks. Shoot 193. John Burkett shoots 171. So both of those guys are up there. They're going to fall. They're going to lose ground to the leaders. So Steve about to finish here. Jeff Conrad not up. Let's see where Jeff's at. Is he working on a spare? No. Jeff is working on a strike. He can shoot 209 with a punch, and that would help him a lot. So I think Jeff could really use a fill here in the 10th. Steve, flat 10s, 6-pin, shaking around in the pitch, shoots 202. So that helps Steve. John Burkett, though, falls 30 pins almost. All right, Jeff Conrad stepping up. Local guy here in the PBA 50. Northwest Regional Tour Drake Mechanical Open from Boise. See what he's got here. He could really use a 200. Got that out really clean. Man, that's lugging. Oh, got it. He knows it. He knows where he's at. He knows he needed that one. All right. See what Jeff's got here. This one's important. The first two important. The fill, not so much. But this one he could really use. This is 15 pins here. Ooh, gets that one left right off his hand. Crosses over and catches a break. Throws his hands in admiration of the break he just caught. I didn't mean right. My apologies. Don't yell at me, guys. Don't yell at me, y'all. Josh, when did Steve go to PBA 50? I think he turned 50 this year. Yes, we turned 50 this year. Yeah, I think that's right. Jeff on the field, much better looking ball, and that's sent straight back. So yeah, he turned 50 this year. Now he's mulling the PBA 50 tour, which shouldn't really be fair. But he doesn't look too comfortable. I don't. I think there's one or two things that I talked to Steve halfway through, I think, game 4. He said he just didn't feel comfortable. I think part of that comes from him in the wrong part of the lane with the wrong ball. He's just he uses big balls, he's got to absolutely ace them. There's more hook than they're making it look out to be, I think. So I think he's a little more comfortable now after that ball change, and fills 10th. Shoots a decent game, shoots 202. He'll have a chance to move up. I mean, Steve right now is in 4th. 2 games to go. Scores don't look good across the center. So I think 2 good games here with Steve in the 7th, 8th. He'll be probably I wouldn't be doubt if he's in the top. He's either leading or in 2nd or 3rd. All right, well, that is the conclusion of Game 6. We're in Game 7. We'll move on to Game 7. 2 to go. 2 to go, so it's crunch time now. You got 2 games to go. If you're out by 40, you got to shoot 220, 220. Probably 230, 230 to get in. So those muscles are tightening. I'm going to take a quick break again, and then see what's going on down the center as we start Game 7. And I'll bring you a scoring update when we get those made available to us probably in about 20 minutes. If you haven't already, head on over to Braden. Where are scores? Good question, my friend. It's on the PBA's website. So I'll go ahead and share my screen real quick. Oh, that's not what I'm going to do. There we go. So to share my screen, if you go to this link right here, and how to get there is you go to pba.com, go to the Northwest, click this event, and then scroll down to the bottom, and this is where scores are. And they're updated as they come in when Josh types them in, and about 2 minutes after that, they update automatically. So this is where you want to be. All right, so if you guys still watching in Facebook, if you're new to the Facebook group chat, oh, I know, right? Exactly. We got a chance now. That's comment of the stream right there, Josh. Yeah, if you're new, head on over to the link that's in the pinned comments. If you're sitting there, it's a pinned comment. It says youtube.com PBA 50 Northwest. Just click on that. Click on it. It'll help me out a ton. A ton. You guys too, in the regional tours Facebook page. Click out. Helps me out. Championship Bowling. My name's Chayton Peterson, president of Championship Bowling Media. Bringing these tournaments live. So anytime, the more help we can get, the more tournaments I can bring to you live, the better equipment I can use. Matt, we wish you could too. Wow, yeah, we got your test. That was about 40 minutes ago, but there it is. I'll like it for you. We absolutely wish you could. All right. Thank you to Drake Mechanical and Skids Mobile Tire Service making these tournaments possible. Here in the Boise area, we haven't had a PBA event here in a long time. The same thing when we get to Lehigh. I'm going to take a quick break as we start Game 7. Take a look at what scores are going on around the center. Thanks, guys. All right. We're getting started. The marquee pairs here now are ahead of extended pairs. Looks like. This is the beginning of Game 7. Beginning of Game 7. I haven't had a scoring update yet. Josh is running around getting scores together. Right now the cut's sitting at -2. Oh man, it's just kind of chilling right there, isn't it? It's not moving up or down from that. -10, +10, like a 20-pin swing. I feel like it's gonna be even. Man, I was way off. It's just playing harder than it looks like. I'm surprised by that. I don't know if it was the way they broke them down, or they're not creating enough friction in the middle part of the lane early enough, or what it was exactly, but they just play. They're playing tighter. Guys aren't able to get their balls to shape as they move left, so they're forced further right, and I don't know how much of a good. I mean, that's just a grind. To play that straight on this is going to be a grind. That's a good ball. I think the guys who are going to be successful are the ones who can really step in and swing it. I really do. John Gould, where's he at for us? John Gould, he's -39. He's got a chance here. A good game here. Puts him in it. And he's working on a strike. A strike, spare strike. So we double up here. Give him some momentum throughout this game. He's got a chance to put together 2 big scores and get himself in the cut. Tomorrow's cash it around. Swisher, no. 3-pin stands. He's a little disappointed from that ball. It wasn't the greatest one I've seen him throw. That's a good ball there in lane 11. So we'll head on over here. This is Tony Gonzalez, right? Tony Rodriguez, excuse me. And Shane Horseman. Shane Horseman was the cut man. And he starts off his game in 11 and 12 with a strike. So it's game 7. I don't know what his 6th game was, but he was the cut man. He had a decent game. He's probably in that same area right now, and good game here can get him off that bubble, get him in. Giovanni Capasso, he's sitting in an 8th, 9 pins in the good, which is only 11 off the cut. So, guys, put a blanket on 5th to 12th. John Burkett to Shane Horseman, and really, Greg Thomas, only -5. So just add 5 to what they're up. John Burkett is only 17 pins out of 13th place. So put a blanket on him. With 2 games to go, we've got 17 pins separating 5th to 14th. 13th, excuse me. So any mediocre game here is putting you out. Like you're gonna get leaped by like 8 dudes. It's a good ball there by John Gould. He'll strike. Good game. He needs a couple big scores, so he's gonna need to start stringing a couple ststrikes. Shane Horseman stepping up, working on a strike in the second frame. He needs a good game. He's our cut man. Alex Arizala on our extended pairs right now too. He's sitting in 19th, 1 stick behind John Gould. So a good game from him. A couple good games from him. He's in. So it's going to be a drama-filled 8th game. Get us into the cashing round. Shane Horseman goes high. Trips 7 out, but leaves the 4-pin. Trips the 7. That would have been a really good break. Still is a pretty good break. That ball was very high. Russ Hunt had dropped to 15th place. Playing 16. One good game, 220. You're in. You're in. So I'm really interested to see. It looks like Josh has got scores. He's typing them in right now. I'm really interested to see where we're at after 6 and see, really who has a shot at this one. We can try to start to eliminate a lot of people. Shane Horseman cleans up his spare. Tony Rodriguez, again, in 3rd place. Not really, just kind of needs to set the cruise control and stay in the 200s. He'll be fine, plus 55 through 5. Game 6 has just been updated, and this is where we stand. Robert Brown now assumes the lead at plus 89. Gary Morgan drops to plus 82. I think he shot 200 on the nose. He was plus 82 before, I think. Bob Rosnow, plus 46. So 40-pin jump from 2nd to 3rd. Gary Morgan and Robert Brown just running away with it. Bob Rosnow then followed by Tony Rodriguez Jr. at plus 36. So he didn't have a great game. Shot 180 last game. And he's 10 pins behind Bob Rosnow. Steve Klimkin is plus 30. He didn't have a tremendous game last game. Not bad. He was 202, so stays put, drops a spot. Steve Sherman, plus 21. Giovanni Capasso, plus 13. Ty Dawson on a run. Gets himself in position. He's plus 12. Jeff Conrad, he stays at plus 7. And then this is where it gets interesting because another 19 pins back from Jeff Conrad. We have Greg Thomas. Greg Thomas at minus 12. And see, now this is where it really gets. 8 pins separate Greg Thomas in 10th from Joe Goldstein Sr. in 13th. 8 pins. So Greg Thompson at minus 12. Shane Horseman at minus 15. John Burkett at minus 17. That's your top 12. So throw a blanket on the bottom 2. The bottom, 4. Because after that, 3 pins behind John Burkett is Joe Goldstein. 5 pins behind Joe is Jason Dowsharm. 2 pins behind him is Lance Lordfield. I mean, it's packed. It is packed. Russ Hunt down minus 37. Down to minus 37. Sitting in 18th place. He's going to need 2 big games to get there. 220 puts him in. He's going to need to make up those pins. Because we've got Shane Horseman, who's 2 pins to the good right now. 5 from being out. Up in front of us. Tony Rodriguez has got really nothing to worry about. Alex Arzala, I think he's out of it at this point. I think minus... Yeah, Alex minus 67. I don't think he can get back from there. Unless he has just 2 monster games, which I just haven't seen. I just haven't seen big games. John Gould at 17th at minus 33. He's got a shot. Let's see John Gould's shot right now working on a strike. He needs this one. This is a big shot for John. Big shot for John through the face, and he will split. The 7-pin will not fall. 10-pin does, and he will leave the 6-7 in the foundation frame. Heartbreaker for John Gould when he absolutely needed a shot there, because he's going to just lose ground to John Burkett, Joe Goldstein, Shane Horseman. Shane Horseman's up. Goes strike, 9 spare, and 9 whiff. Not how you want to start a game. Only 5 pins to the good. A lot of action happening now as things heat up. We're down to crunch time with a game and a half to go. Shane Horseman does strike. John Gould does not convert the spare. Alex like that ball. So now we got Tony Rodriguez. Tony Rodriguez sitting pretty. He's fine. He's in fourth place at plus 36, 40 pins. I mean, man, that's crazy. Like anybody, I would say if you're in second, you should be fine. But one bad, one 160, and you're out. You're fighting for your life in game 8, and that is not out of the question with how things have been going. As Alex Arzala does go open 3-bagger, so he's on a string of strikes. 260 gets him into the mix. Rodriguez will almost 4 nines before it falls late, and he's only the 9-pin. John Gould is starting his 10th frame. He starts out with a wrap 10-pin, just losing pins. Can't stop the bleeding there. Shane Horseman crosses over, fortunate not to leave anything worse than just that 6-pin. I think 200 is a good score at this point. I think that keeps you in it as the cut score continues to drop. Man, I was way off. This long pattern is really chewing these guys up and spitting them out. Giovanni Capasso, he's plus 13 to the good and a solid 27 sticks or so. Above the cut line. So he's just in cruise control. Shoot 200. You're fine. Shoot 200. You are looking good. Go Jimmy. Yes, sir. Guys, if you're in YouTube right now, go ahead and like the video for me, and go ahead and subscribe. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Then you get notified anytime we go live for all of these events. Hoping to add some more PBA stops to the broadcast schedule. That would be pretty cool. But the only way you'll know that is by following our Facebook page and Instagram and subscribing, because you'll know when we schedule our live events. See Shane Horseman here. Is this Tony Rodriguez? Tony Rodriguez is up. Shane Horseman's up on lane 12. John Gould shoots 186. Thanks, Pele. I appreciate it. Tony picks his spare. Alex Arizala got a 4-bagger. It's got a 4-bagger. It's got some momentum. That's exciting. I mean, he's down there. And a big game here, really. I mean, sets him up to just need to only kind of shoot a decent game. Like 220 in game 8 to realistically put himself safely in the cut. Shane, though, teetering on the bubble. Could really use a couple strikes here to start to feel comfortable. Doesn't just kind of grabbing it pretty hard. That ball's Brooklyn. He doesn't look comfortable. Does not. Yeah, see that? He just doesn't look comfortable. Guys, we're finished with game 7. Over on here on our marquee pairs down on the high end where I'm at. This is way over on our on the low end, our extended pairs. We're only halfway through game 7. Alex Arzal, a 5-bagger. All right. Well, hey, this is now pretty interesting. Alex Arzal's got a real chance to put a decent game together, and better than a great game together, and give himself a very real opportunity to be safely, not just teetering on the bubble, but safely into the cut. Haley, who is Jimmy? Help a brother out here. I don't know who Jimmy is. Pele. I'm assuming he's on 13, 14. Is he on 13, 14? Oh, about 10 there for Tony. Jimmy Smith. The blue shirt. I see. 13, 14. Thank you. Makes sense, brother-in-law. Where is Jimmy Smith? Jimmy Smith is down there in 36th place, so good for him for coming out. We appreciate it. But looks like he's got just about one game left here for this tournament. All right, so the real interesting thing, though, here is Alex Arzala's up, and he's on a 5-bagger. Yep, I see it. 11 rings. Wow. That's impressive. That's true, Pele. Very, very true. Very, very true. Okay, Shane Horseman needs a good ball here. Let's do the he splits now. Oh, that's frustrating. That makes it interesting. Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, he's close. He's really close. Two pins from getting bounced by John Burkett. And I don't know where John Burkett is. Not really anywhere I can see, but man, it is tight. Alex Arzala needs it. Roll the 2-pin. No, it does not roll the 2-pin. I mean, that's all right, though. I mean, pick the spare and punch out. It's 240. That's good enough. Where is he? That puts him minus 27, and 220 gets him in. Bet. You kind of see the pace already, although it was fairly slow for only having 3 people per pair. It's slowed even more now as the pressure builds. As the pressure builds. Guys know where they're at. I mean, this split here by Shane, I mean, that's a killer. He really needs that. We've started game 8 over on our marquee pairs here as they've finished up. Oh, there goes Jimmy. It's the head pin right. See if you can pick that spare. All right. Alex really needs this. Okay. There's the spare. Punch out. See what Jimmy's got here. Let's see if Jimmy Smith pick this spare. Tony Rodriguez, although this isn't a great game, he's leaving things he can pick. He goes spare, strike, and it's just spared out. Jimmy Smith, he's got to hook a little bit. Oh, there it is. Hey, we appreciate you watching, so we can bring this action to you. You watching enable us to continue to go to these events and bring you as much action as possible. So we've got guys over here on the marquee pairs down here near me. Let's see if they have a shot. Bowling their final games. Who's bowling their final games down here in the marquee pairs? So it is Robert C., Jeff Cecil, Mitch Burney, Bob Rosnow, John Gould, Bobby McKenzie. This is Dan Long. Dan Long? Am I missing something here? 26. Am I missing something? I don't know. There's Bob Reed on 27-28. Bob Reed? Robert Reed. So they moved him. 6. Yeah. They're Dave Shotta, Dan Long, Robert Reed, Jeff Cecil, and Mitch Burney. I need those guys. Shot, no. Robert Reed is 48 out, so if he had a good game and is having a good game now, he has a chance. Jeff Cecil, I'm not sure where he's at. Nope, Jeff Cecil's out. Dave Shotta, yeah, he's out. Both local guys. Dan Long. Dan Long. Where's Dan Long? Dan Long, if he had a good game last game, he has somewhat of a chance. Mitch Burney, if he had a good game last game, he may have a chance again. So none of those guys are really super into the mix. It's just going to depend on when we get the scores. Alex Aizala in the 9th frame needs this one. This is a big strike. The ball looks left off his hand. He's, high flush. Gets it. Tony Rodriguez, again, clean. 2 strikes this game, no opens. That is going to get you through. That's what you got to do. So if he could get here, if a strike here, he's going to be really happy. He's going to be really comfortable. This loosens up the swing if you can strike here. Hates it. But again, leaves something he can pick. So Shane Horseman here really needs, he has to punch. Going to continue to lose ground. He's probably going to drop himself out of the cut, and he needs to keep himself somewhat within striking distance so he can go on to the final game, make some move. should have the scores fairly quick. Just about everybody except the pair on 12. I guess the low end is kind of behind. The high end's way ahead. Very interesting. Russ Hunt is on lane 24, so I'm coming up with him as Russ just went Brooklyn and strikes for his third. So Russ starts out with the front three. Man, I really want to see Game 7 scores so I can see what kind of drama we're going to have here. Russ Hunt on the left lane strikes again. So Russ Hunt has now gone four-bagger. Front four in the crunch time when he was 37 sticks out, 20 pins out of the cut. He's gone front four in the clutch. Oh, Alex Arzala in the first frame of the 10th pinches it off in 3, 6, 9, 10s. Ouch. He's gonna need a pretty big game then. Gonna need a pretty solid big game, like 240 in the final game to have a chance. And that's asking a lot. That's asking a lot with how this pattern has actually ended up playing. Shane Horseman will whiff his 2-8-10. He's gonna fall significantly. He's gonna fall quite a bit. Disappointing game for him. See if Alex can pick that. No, he won't. Oh, no, so he opens. So, yeah, this shoots 220. Yeah, dang. I mean, that's pretty good. But that puts him at minus 47, 45. And 30 pins out. So, could have to shoot 230. I'm going to say he needs to shoot 240 to really have a chance. Lance Lordfield is close, and he's gone double spare. He's right here in front of me. Mixing, yes. At the 5-7, standing on the deck for just a moment. Both of them fall. So Russ Hunt on the front four will step up. Here on 23 and 24. Russ Hunt, lane 24. He's off camera. I can't really see him. High flush. Wow, front five. What a start. What a start when he needed it. Starting off really hot and just kind of a little bit of a roller coaster in the middle of this block is really showing up when he needs it. This is impressive. This is impressive. Russ Hunt's streak ends with a 10-pin on lane 23. We keep you updated. We're pretty much done. Well, I guess Pele is in the chat, so we want to finish Jimmy Smith. I'm going to leave it here just for you, Pele, over in YouTube land. As Jimmy is wrapping up his game. Working on a double. And that's a good ball. That's a 3-bagger. So we'll leave it right here for you so he can finish his game. And then we'll head on over to the marquee pairs. We are still waiting an update of scores. We're through 6. We need through 7. We've got a few pairs that are just barely finishing up. Jimmy Smith's pair, I believe, is the last. Yep, they're the last. So Josh is down there waiting for their scores. He'll update them. So next, in like 3 or 4 minutes, we'll have new score updates. Right here in the end. All right, Jimmy Smith for the 5-piece for the Yahtzee. Let's see if he's got it in him. Oh, I tugged that one. Oh, but he'll cross over and get it. Ends with a 5-bagger. That's a solid game. That's a good game, old Jimmy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Jimmy with a great game. Tremendous game for my man Jimmy Smith. Back 5. Shoot 220. All right, so with that said, head on over the marquee pairs, which are half done at this point. I believe it was 224, Pele. 224. Yeah. Yes, correct. 224, I believe. Pretty good game. Very good game. Anytime, my friend, anytime. All right, we're going to have scores here. Josh just ran by. Needs to update him. He knows everybody's looking. We've got a crowd gathering in front of the TV here at the media station. Because we're wrapping up games. Russ Hunt is now at the 7-pin. He leaves the 10-pin, then the 7-pin. When he started with a 5-bagger. Where are we going to be? I bet he can. I bet he's had a couple of them 300s. Still timing him in. We've got a solid, like 120 seconds after he hits the save button. Is what I was told. As the action rolls on, but we have no idea where we're at. We don't know. Greg Thomas. Is Greg Thomas? Is he close? Where's Greg Thomas? Oh, he's in. Greg Thomas as well. He's barely in. Okay. We got Greg Thomas in here, so that could be add some drama depending on what he did in Game 7. Give the action over here. The marquee pairs as they finish, and we'll head on over to the extended pairs for the second half of their game. Still waiting on this scoring update. It should be here, no problem, as Russ Hunt off camera again. Russ Hunt is out, was out. I don't know what he did in his 7th game, but he is bowling a tremendous game right now. It's a chance to shoot 250, and that would probably get him into the cut. Any second now, we're going to have a scoring update. Any second now. That's what everybody's waiting for. They're crowded around here in the media center, waiting on that screen to refresh itself with Game 7. Game 7 scores. See where everybody's at. Josh is just texting it. We've got to have it here in a second, right? Come on, man. I want to know. I want to see what's going on. Bruh. Come on. Game 7. Come on. Game 7. We are still waiting. I'm not sure what we're waiting on. Still waiting. Sorry, folks. This is as boring as it gets, waiting for frickin' Game 7 scores. Yeah, it's not bad, Bailey. Not bad. Set this media company up, Championship Bowling, to bring you guys the action live when there just really wasn't, a lot of people doing it. So glad to bring it out to you. Be here, watch this kind of bowling go down, see how everything shakes out, and really help you guys out. Those who can't be here, bring more attention. All right, Game 7 scores are now here. We have Game 7 scores. Okay. Robert Brown assumes the lead at plus 105. Bob Rosnow, plus 102. Gary Morgan, plus 80. Tony Rodriguez, plus 40. Steve Sherman, 34. John Burkett has a great game to launch himself in. Plus 28. Ty Dawson, plus 28. Steve Klimkin, plus 22. Jeff Conrad, minus 13. Tied with Giovanni Capasso, minus 13. One pin behind them is Jason Dorsharm, and tied with Jason is Russ Hunt at minus 14. But Russ has a huge game going. If he can fill the 10th here, he's in. Joe Goldstein is 9 sticks back of Russ. Greg Thomas is 11 sticks behind Joe. So really not a whole lot of drama, unless someone can shoot a big game and a couple people fall. A couple people. We're going to jockey for position. Probably there's a blanket over 8, 9, 10, 11th, and 12th. Russ has a 9 count, but he's going to shoot 240. He's in, no question. No question. So our marquee pairs wrap up. No one in the marquee pairs really has much of a chance. Gary Morgan's out. Tom. Right? I just saw. Greg Thomas knocked himself out. So on the extended pairs, Greg Thomas has a chance to put himself in. And I believe Russ's wife is back here watching. Russ fills the 10th, shoots 234. He goes to plus 20, plus 10, right? 14 off of 34 is 20. So he goes to plus 20. That's 8th place. That's 9th place. So he's in, and that's 9th place by like 30 pins. So Russ is fine. He's in. Shoots 234 in the final game. Very clutch game. Knew he needed a good game. Shoots 234. So Greg Thomas on our extended pairs here. He's on 11 and 12. Greg Thomas is... Negative numbers are screwing me up. 20? 22 pins out of the cut. And that was off Russ. Russ has jumped. So it really depends on what Giovanni Capasso and Jason Dorsham and Jeff Conrad do. So there's 3 guys at minus 13 and 14 that if they bowl a bad game, they've got opportunities for Joe Goldstein and Greg Thomas to get in. Where is Joe Goldstein? Goldstein's on 5 and 6, so we do not have a view of Joe Goldstein. And then other than that, I don't know. I mean, there's a couple guys that could shoot big games. Dave Dayton could. Rapid 10. I mean, he started off hot. Greg Thomas went 4-bagger 10-pin. I mean, there's some good games getting bowled, folks. This last game, we've kind of figured out how the patterns opened up a little bit. And this could get really interesting really, really quick. The amount of big games that are being bowled is impressive. See my man Greg Thomas up here in a second. William, I'm sure you're not watching anymore. I was a while ago. This is game 8 now. Final game. Where's Jeff Cecil? Is he anywhere near? Because he's got a giant game. Missing. Oh, he's way down the bottom. Okay, never mind. He's just going to throw a big game. But he doesn't really have much of a chance. At minus 226. All right, well, we're winding down. Greg Thomas is the only one we can really see. He goes 9 spare, 3-bagger, 9 spare. So he's got a chance. The only one we can see. And it's going to be close. It's going to be tight. Big games happening. Have fun at work, Pele. Appreciate you tuning in. Those of you, I know there's quite a few of you in the Facebook chats. Trying to keep up as much as possible, but really where I'm at is over on the YouTube side. So if you have some questions, click that link, the pinned comment, down in the bottom. It takes you right to YouTube. You have to do nothing else besides click it. If you click it, it comes over to YouTube. You get to watch it in full HD quality, where on Facebook you don't, and you have a much better chance of me seeing your comment. Much better chance. So, and it helps me out. I mean, if you want to help me out, you like what I'm doing, please, head on over there, like the video, subscribe, shoot a donation over. You know, well, that option's there too. We're winding down, halfway through game 8 here. Some of the other bowlers have finished, but on the low end, we're about halfway through. Greg Thomas here, for those of you just tuning in, he's on 11 and 12. The guy, gentleman, bald head, black and gray shirt. On the bottom of your screen with a big game here has a chance to put himself into the Cup. And that is what we are watching right now. Greg Thomas strikes. It goes 9 spare, 3 bagger, 9 spare strike. So if he can finish this game out, I mean, he'll be sitting really, really good. Where's Steve Sherman? Steve Sherman had a good game going there for a while. Gene Horseman we are following has dropped to minus 69, so he's a little bit out of it at this point. Is Steve Sherman in? Steve Sherman is it. Plus 34. He's not worried really about anything other than shooting 200, which he's going to have a tough time doing. Leaving stuff like that, as that is his second consecutive open. So, I mean, one shoots 140 out of it pretty quickly. Rick Thomas is now doubled. Oh, this could get interesting, folks, with guys not throwing good games. There's a very good mixture of great games and very bad ones getting pulled right now. It's making it for really, really interesting. Well, I have y'all's attention. I do want to thank a couple people to make this possible, though. So without them, it's simply just way too expensive for me to do it. And that is Drake Mechanical, the title sponsor of this tournament, and Skids, mobile tile service. Skids, look them up online. Google him. Search him on Facebook. It's Danny. He'll help you out. He's got a van, right? And it's got all of the equipment. I've got a 1-ton Duramax. He did my tires from his van. Balanced them, mounted them, the whole thing. Ordered them. Everything. Hit up Danny at Skids Mobile Tire Service. He'll hook you up. Let him know. Let him know that you watched it on this stream. You say, hey, Danny, I watched it on your stream. And what did he say? What did he say? If you mention the PBA, they give you $25 off. Look at that. $25 off if you mention the PBA. So do that for me. I appreciate you guys listening to it. Gotta say thanks to the people who make this possible. All right? Gotta say thanks. So we're winding down here. Game 8. For those of you also wondering when the PBA, the kids tour as they call it now, when that takes place, that'll be at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so in a couple hours. So we're going to take a break, have lunch, and we'll be back live for the kids tour. Greg Thomas working on a double. It's a big strike for him here. Not very many people bowling anymore either, so there's only a few pairs still going, like 3 of them. It's getting real quiet. Thoughts start rolling in. I wonder how close he knows he is. That ball looks pretty good. He's a shake. Oh, man, he crumbles the bucket and he knows. Maybe a little quick. I don't know how important he knows that strike really was. I mean, that was uber important. Gets a super good break because that could have been a little bit ugly. And that strike was imperative for him to have a chance. I don't really know how much he knows how close he is. That was massive. That was massive. All right. If he can build off of that, go into the 9th frame, set himself in the 10th. I think he's in. I mean, he could, again, another 250, 260 game right here. This is what we live for, folks. If you're here, you're seeing it for real. There's some pressure. It's just amazing. I really don't know how important he knew how that strike was. And he barely got it. That's insane. Yeah, Robert Brown is also in front of us, and in case you weren't aware, Robert Brown from Cody, Wyoming. Okay, I knew that I liked this guy's look. I knew I liked the way he was bowling and playing the lanes, and it makes sense because he's plus 105 and in first place by 3 sticks over Bob Mraz now. So there you go, Robert Brown in front of us. He is your leader right now. Not having a tremendous game. But, yeah, he's your leader. Probably not continue to lead after this game. This doesn't look like he's bowling all too well this game. But, yeah, he leads the tournament. So Greg Thomas up on a lane 11 right now. Working off a 3-bagger in the 9th frame. Really close to the cut. Needs a good one. That ball looks good. Yeah, 10 back. He knew it. So 4-bagger for Greg Thomas, who sits just outside of the cut. And this is a big game. This puts him in. This puts him in. That sets up Greg Thomas's 10th frame. He has a serious. I think he's in at this point. I think Mark in the 10th locks it up. I mean, he could shoot 240 with Mark in the 10th. I think the first one's the most. If he can get the first one, I think he's for sure in. Mark in the first ball of the 10th is a little shaky, but the first one I think is the most important. We'll be sticking with you guys live throughout the conclusion of this portion of qualifying to let you know what the cut scores are. We'll be announcing that on our Facebook page. So if you don't follow Championship Bowling, that's where you'll want to be. You want to follow it, so you'll know what the cut score was, who exactly it was who made the cut. The first person's going to know is anybody that's currently watching the stream. If you're in the stream, you're going to know first. Okay, so that open there. Greg Thomas will step up on lane 12 with a chance to put himself in. I doubt Greg really. I think he knows he needs a big game here. So I think he thinks he's thinking right now. I need these. I don't know how much he knew the 8th frame strike was. I don't know how much he knew that really was that important. But where he's at now, I think he's. I got a real chance. Without really knowing, because I haven't seen him come up here and take a look at the leaderboard. I've got it right here at the media center. He steps up here in lane 12. This is the one. This is the one he needs. If he gets this one, he's in. I'm calling it right now. This one, he's in. Oh, great ball. No, it's not. I lied. Wow, folks, I lied too. Looks like, I'm watching it back now, it looks like he maybe spun it and got it fast. The adrenaline was definitely flowing. Yeah, he was pumped when he threw that ball. Unfortunate. The ball didn't look that bad, didn't look that far off, but that's a miss. Missed the head completely. Oh. I mean, a spare here is huge. If he can pick this, he has a much better chance making an open here is killer. The extra 17 pins off of this is massive. Massive. So he really needs to spare this. 1, 3, 1, 2, 10. 2, 10. Oh, he got it. And he knew he needed it. Well, that's big. That's 246. We went from like 220 to 240 in one shot. All right, for the fill. This is a solid fill. 8 pins. I mean, nothing crazy. I mean, don't take 2 off the right or ditch it, but you don't need a strike here, I don't think. Yeah, the speed there was significantly slower. Gets 8 on the fill. That's enough. Shoots 244, so good game for Greg Thomas when he needed it. Not a couple good games. Russ Hunt shoots 234, and Greg Thomas shoots 244 in games that they absolutely needed them. So, congratulations! I feel like both of them are in. We're going to stay here till we know the official cut. I've got a couple guys bowling on 13-14. I think they are the final group bowling on 13-14. I want to say. Steve Sherman is in right now. Robert Brown, also on 13-14, is your leader. So we've got a couple good bowlers here to finish on 13-14. Nothing, they aren't going to be in or out, I don't think. Well, I mean, Steve Sherman, if he opens, I think he might be close. Swisher needs to roll a 2, can't get it. But, I mean, should be able to spare that. So I'll take a quick break. And we'll be back when we have cut scores, which should be very close to me momentarily. Thank you, guys.